fucking hear nothing. Just don't get it. Advanced. Nope. Oh. I got audio.
Audio, 1, 2, 3, 4. Audio. But there's an echo. Echo. Why is there an echo? Mic, auxiliary. Audio, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Audio, 1, 2. All that's muted.
Self cam. Audio. Echo. Audio. 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 Take that off. I can't hear myself. Advanced audio status active. Active. monitor off. I want to monitor this. Audio? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Audio. Audio. Still have a slight echo. There's still an echo. Audio. There's still an echo, and I don't know why. That properties.
What's the cost in business of that flying submarine? 080 at 1,000 yards.
That. Audio.
That's from our agent aboard the Sea-View, the homing device he has with him.
Fucking
His orders
echo.
were to activate it as soon as they've located the bomb. The flying submarine? We've been decoyed. Repair laser beam for immediate fire. Yes, sir. Repair laser beam fire. Yes, sir. Course 080 all ahead flank. We'll blow that flying sub out of the water. Bradley calling the Sea-View. We're at the bomb now. Fire repair lasers already activated.
Audio. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Echo. Now there's a long echo. Oh my god. Echo. Still, there's still an echo. But it cut down a little bit. Mono. Audio. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Should I do this? Audio. Audio. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. These are all off. Mute output. Audio. 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 So turn that off. Echo. Echo. Why is there an echo? It hears myself and then it echoes. Here, monitor in output. Audio. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There's still an echo. Still an echo. Setting. No. Advanced properties. Off. Mono. Where's mixer? Audio.
monitor only, you will be able to hear the audio
Audio.
through this audio source. However,
Still
this
fucking
training
echoes.
will didn't mute the output, meaning that it won't
The
be
fuck?
recording this audio in your final video file.
say this is not an option for now, okay? The other option, which is the one that we are going to choose, is monitor and output, okay? So right now, I'm just gonna mute it just to be able to hear myself because it's a little too loud. So right now, once you're done, you just click that and then you click close. That's it. So if you wanna listen to your USB microphone as well, you're gonna do the same thing. Just gonna go to monitor and output, okay? And you start listening to yourself. So guys, that's how you monitor the audio within OBS using your headphones or any other monitor. Thank you so much for watching. I have other videos about OBS and live streaming, tips and tools, cameras, software. So if this is something that interests you, consider subscribing. Make sure you like this video, and I will see you on the next video. Take care.
Well, how y'all doing? It's football again. Well, how y'all doing? It's football again. Well, how y'all doing? It's football again.
Okay. I still have a slight echo, and I don't know why. I don't understand why there's an echo. That's its feedback.
15 OBS things you might do wrong every single day. I'm not going to waste your time at all. I'm going to actually show you some of them right now. Let's go in here. So whenever you're setting up OBS, the first step that you should be doing is setting up your settings properly from the ground up. So many of you guys are screwing up those settings. Let me disappear. See right behind me, right over here, the settings bar. Let's go over some settings that you are probably watching that may end up screwing up your stream. Most of my clients screw up at least one thing I'm talking about in this video out of the 15 things you may be doing wrong. So click settings. The first one we want to take a look at, this is a fresh profile, is going to the video tab. I'll reappear really quick. And there's a couple things here that a lot of folks don't quite understand. The first thing I want to talk about is getting your frame rate of your content right. So a lot of people think that higher frame rate equals better frame rate all the time. So there's two main frame rate things that you want to consider. So you really want to go with either 30 frames per second, which is what OBS defaults at, or you're going to want to increase your frame rate up to 60 frames per second, depending on what type of content you're doing. Right now, I'm streaming at 60 frames per second because my camera is 60 frames per second, and I have the bandwidth to handle that.
Audio.
But for most of you guys, especially if you have limited computer resources, you want to consider streaming at and recording at 30 frames per second,
Audio,
because
1, 2,
you can basically
3, 4.
pack in more bits every single time, every single second that you're streaming, and to get a higher quality signal, to get a higher quality product. 60 frames per second is generally only needed for high motion streams, for gameplay, for sports, for example, or if you have a really high fidelity camera that you're wanting to show off, 60 frames per second makes sense. So 90% of the time, you guys should be selecting 30 frames per second, and you can actually get a higher quality stream and a higher quality recording if you do so. It's one thing you may be doing wrong every day. Number two thing that you may be doing wrong every day is selecting the wrong resolution for your canvas versus your actual scaled output. So a lot of folks don't understand what the difference between these two settings is in OBS, and they're completely different. So let me show you what they are and help you understand how to do the best settings for these, because it's something I see screwed up all of the time. OBS will default your canvas, aka this area that you see right back here, as 1080p, as full HD. This canvas area you see here in OBS where you line everything up and you get everything going, right? Well, that's just your canvas.
No.
That's not what's being outputted to the live stream itself or to the recording itself, and that's something that you guys need to be thinking about. Let's talk about those considerations. Going back in the settings menu, video tab, this is where you do it. So let's say most of you guys will probably want to do 1920 by 1080 as your canvas. That's full HD, because most of you will be dealing
OBS, monitoring audio, echoing.
Getting that from YouTube.
How to fix audio echo?
Advil liquid gels are faster and stronger than Tylenol rapid-release gels. New Advil Targeted Relief, the only topical with 4 powerful, pain-fighting ingredients that penetrates deep for up to 8 hours of relief.
What's up guys, in this short tutorial I will show you how to fix audio echo in OBS Studio. This should be quite an easy tutorial. Everything you need will be listed in the description below. If you experience any echo while recording or live streaming on OBS, simply head over to the audio mixer panel located at the bottom. Analyze it properly and test it out by speaking through your microphone. Ensure that only the source you want to use as your microphone should fluctuate while you speak. If you notice any other source picking up your audio while you speak, simply disable it by clicking on the speaker button located next to it. After fixing the audio mixer, if you still experience some echo, head over to File and select Settings. In the Settings menu, open up the Audio tab. Under Global Audio Devices, disable all the other devices, except the one that you want to use as your audio source. Now, test the audio again by enabling these audio devices one by one. Once you hear the echo again, go ahead and disable that device. This way, you can find the device that is causing the echo. You might also want to update your audio driver.
Audio. There's still a fucking echo. Fuck. Audio. Everything's fucking disabled. But yet there's still fucking... Oh my god. Everything's fucking disabled. Global audio. 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 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Audio. Audio. Yes. Audio. It's a little better. Still has it off. Echo. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Audio. Off. Off. Audio. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Audio. I still have echo. I still have the echo. So everything is off. Headphones. Now I hear echo. But it's not bad. So I turned everything off. Audio 1, 2, 3. One, two, three, four, 5. Extra 4. Audio? Audio 1, 2. Audio. Okay. Now hear Papa.
Well, how y'all doing? It's Pawpaw again.
Advanced monitor. And monitor AI. Mono? Mono. I got a little echo. Reverb. Desktop audio? No. Turn that off. So I have audio and photo. Close. Audio 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. No.
Well, how y'all doing? It's Pawpaw again.
Okay, it's going. Audio 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Audio 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I don't know what that fucking noise is. Hello? Audio. Sounds better though. Audio. Okay. am I doing? What am I doing? I was working on these. So get rid of that. So,
Make sure to close OBS Studio, and in your taskbar search, enter Device Manager and hit Enter to open it up. On this window, expand Audio Inputs and Outputs. Right-click the device that is causing the issue, and make sure to update its driver from here. This way, you can easily fix the audio echo in OBS Studio. I hope this helped you out. Leave a comment if you have any questions, and see you in the next one.
Audio. it cutting first? Oh my God. Okay.
The Donald Trump criminal trial in Manhattan is a sight to behold, and not just what's going on inside the courtroom where witness after witness testifying against Donald Trump is just absolutely devastating for his defense, but when the day ends or when the day just starts, Donald Trump goes out there in front of the press and he just starts whining. You may remember in the New York Attorney General civil fraud case, Donald Trump was whining about his lie that Justice Arthur Engoron was valuing Mar-a-Lago at $18 million, even though
What's up, Night Train? What's going on, buddy? Hang on, I'm gonna get a refill on coffee. Huh. Yes. Yeah, I guess. Earrings. Import. Honey. B1. Here. Let's do a pair. Group. Except I think that hole might be a little big. I don't know because I don't have the hardware yet. Alright, so for a pair, it's going to take 3 minutes, 20 seconds. Oh. God damn, it just warm in here. Fuck. Not too bad. Oh, I gotta put another coat on these keychains. Start coating these. That's a prototype. That's a prototype. That's a prototype. So this is what I did this morning. And then my very first keychain, I experimented. Yeah. Yeah, it does. Oh, cow. shabby. A little overburned, but take care of it. I wonder if I can element inspect. No. Huh. Go here. Here. Relaunch. View channel. Come on. Fucking chat don't want to load. There we go. Copy. We're gonna try something. Off the whiteboard. Oh, we could get rid of that. Get rid of that. Paste. Grayscale. I'm gonna try something. I gotta mute this. It's getting feedback. Update. No. Update camera. Where can I try it? Let's try 6. Or was it 5? Let's try Is there a better picture? Okay. Mickey's in the way. Night Train, community. Trains territory. B. Cut. Control B. Save. Ha! Your channel. More. Ah! Cool. Hey, Night Train. Refresh my channel and read the description. I need to darken it. This. Close. 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 Shrink. Close. Save. Here. Darken it. So I have two. Adjust picture. Two clicks. Stop. See. Start. Yes. Piper, want to go out? Gotta go potty? Huh? Okay. Let's go see if our Amazon came in. Come on. out there for a while. Yeah. Measure tool, drag, lock feature. Freaking easy.
dramatically. So you can create some really interesting monogram.
Call your cable company operator and cancel the subscription. This revolutionary invention gives you access to your favorite channels and
dramatically. So you can create.
Ah, damn it.
By selecting this one and offsetting it. Alright, so if you're not doing monograms, if you're not doing personalization, you're not making money. That's the way I feel about it. Monograms, personalization, that's the market to be in with a laser engraver. Whether you're doing posters or whether you're doing keychains or whether you're doing plaques and signs, personalization is where the money is at. And if you need ideas on what to personalize, you can just jump on Amazon and search personalized. You can search personalized wood, personalized coasters, personalized gifts. You'd be shocked. You'd really be shocked at how many personalized items there are for sale on Amazon. And you can also do it on Etsy. So today, we're going to talk about something different. It's still personalized. It's going to be monogramming. And I see a lot of people have questions about, how to cut shapes and weld shapes and put together a monogram. And it's really very simple. We're gonna cover it very quickly today. But I've never done a complete video specifically on monogramming. So that's what we're gonna do today. So let's jump over into Lightroom and get started. Alright, here we go. So a lot of people ask, how do I make something like this from nothing? And one of the things you want to do is get some fancy fonts. You can get them for free, freefonts.com or defont.com, or just search out free fonts. And so let me show you how you make something like this. Let's go ahead and delete this one and do it from scratch. We're going to start with that one. And so let's go ahead and activate the text over here. And we'll type out Martin over here, since that's what we had on the screen a moment ago. And then we'll move that off to the side. Now we'll just activate the text again, type without M. And what we'll do now is change this font. And one that I just showed you was a fancy font. It was Flower Garden. So there it is right there. And this is why I say get yourself some fancy fonts. Because, you can get some nice stuff. And this isn't the best font that there is. If you take a look at it, you'll see that it's drawn pretty wacky. The person that created this font didn't do a great job. And if you wanted to, you could, go into the node edit and edit all of this and make it perfect, but that's not what we're going to do today. What we're going to do today is we're going to create what I showed you earlier. So now we have our big M and we have our Martin down below. Okay? Let's make this a little bit bigger. And now we need to cut a piece out of the middle here. So let's go ahead and just take a rectangle, activate the rectangle on the top left side here. And we'll just drag across here and determine, and now we can either press escape or activate the selector tool, one or the other. We need to determine what size we want these letters to be. And I think I want, so let's do that. Let's make these a little bigger. I think I want them like about that big, right there. So will that fit in there? Yeah, it will. And that's perfect. So what I'm going to do now, I'm going to select the M, then I'm going to press down Shift and select the box. And I'm going to come over here to, well, let me do something different. Let's jump up to Tools, and let's come down to to the balloon assistant right here and bring that up. And this way you can get a preview of what you want. So you see, this is all the different cuts that you can make with this particular rectangle. So if you wanted to have a border on it, you could make the cut like that. If you wanted no border, you'd do a difference, A minus B. Okay? So the union works sometimes, but you'd have to size it properly before you do the union. We're just going to do the cut today to show you how I made the one you saw in the beginning. So I'm going to click on that and say OK. And there we have our cut. Now we can take our name, Martin, and bring it up in here. Now the only thing that we need to do now is join these two shapes together. So I'm going to want the name to be a little bit bigger, like that. Or actually, I'll do it just like the one we saw in the beginning. And I'll just bring this up a little bit and bring this one down a little bit. And what you want to happen here is you want this line here to cross over this line here. So in order to do that, we have to come up to here. Okay? And on this side, we have to come down to here. And it's crossed over there. Now you just need to make sure that it crosses over everywhere, because some places are going to be smaller than others. See how this one's up high and this one's down low? And as long as they're all touching everywhere, you can go ahead and maybe this might be a little too wide. Let's see. No, it comes to the end. Basically, you want to get to, from the end of this should be parallel with this. And the end of this should be parallel with this. So maybe this does need to come over just a slight bit like that. Now we can just drag over both and weld the two. And if we go into film mode, you'll see that we've got what you saw when we first started. Slightly different because it's a different size, but that's what we got. And that's what we'll actually preview up here. That's what we'll burn on whatever material that you're using. And of course you'd spend a little more time to make this look better, choose better fonts, you know. But there's your basic cutting end. Now, another question that I've gotten quite a bit is, you know, how do I cut names out of another name? And that's quite easy as well. So let's get rid of that one. And let's just take the whole name, Martin, like that. And let's make this bigger. Let's say we're making a sign, and Mr. Martin has 3 children. If you're wondering why this is filled, when I put it into fill mode here, it's because I have my screen over here. If you click on the window, I have it set to fill. So fill coarse or fill smooth will give you the preview on your desktop, whereas either one of the wireframes will not. You'd have to actually go to preview to see what it's going to look like. But I choose to use a little more system resources and get the preview as I go. So let's get going now with the kids' names. So if we take and we do the kids' names, and let's make this a reasonable size. Let's go about 35 on the font size, and do something like, well, I gotta click on the screen first. We'll do something like Jamie, and Brad, and Tina. I don't know, make it up as we go. Let's put this into line mode. So line mode is design mode. So keep that in mind. Line mode is design mode. Anything that you're designing, you always want to have in line mode. So now, what do we do now? So we want to activate the selector. We want to cut this out of that. But if we do it the way I just showed you, it's going to look absolutely horrible. It's going to be overlapping. You won't be able to read the names or anything like that. So let's go ahead and go on the left side over here, and let's find the offset tool, and let's activate that. Now, then that's perfect size right there, 2. So anywhere from about 1.5 to 2.5 is going to work well. We want it to be outward, the offset. We want it to be round to follow the shape. And we always want to keep this on select resulting objects because it automatically selects it when you say OK. So now we say OK, and you can see that it's automatically selected that. We do have it in the wrong place, so we have to select all of them. Okay, so let's go ahead and bring this up to about the area where we want it to be. And I would say it's right at the beginning of the, or at the end of the M, and at the beginning of the N. So something like that maybe might be nice. And let's hold down the control key and drag it out so it drags out proportionately, like that. Say maybe there. Looks good, right? Now what we're going to do, we're just going to select, let me zoom way in here so you can see this. We're just going to select the outer offset that we just created, okay? You'll see that this is one piece all by itself, all right? So we're going to select that outer offset. We're going to hold down Shift, and we're going to select the text, the big text. And then what we're going to do is we're going to come over here on the left and weld them together. Now, if we come out of design mode and go into preview mode, you can see what we've got. And that is the way that it's going to burn. So you'll have all of these names will be legible and readable as well as those, and it doesn't interfere with the background letters. So that's just how easy this is to do. And of course, I probably wouldn't do it this way. What I would probably do is and change this font to something, you know, a little nicer, like that. And probably the best thing to do would be to select both in bullseye mode to begin with, so you know that it's in the exact middle. And then we can just select those names in the middle and do the same thing. Do the same offset like that. Now the offset is selected. We select this one and weld it. And I think that would look probably a little better. Yeah, so that looks a little nicer. And that's the way it'll burn. And you can see that it's completely distinguished from the background. And I had a lot of people that would ask me, this is just so simple to do. And a lot of people would ask, you know, wow, I've tried to do what you did, but it didn't turn out right. And probably the mistake that they're making, I would guess, is that when they get to this point and they've got the offset selected, okay, they select everything and weld it. And you'll see that's where they make their mistake. So you can't select everything to weld it. So now you know you can only select 2 shapes and weld them. So those 2 shapes, we just selected 3 and welded, and that's why it didn't come out right. We're just going to grab the outside. Well, now we have to undo what I just did. There we go. We're just going to grab this outside offset that we created right here. So now you see the Vegas lights going around? That means that it's selected, but this one is not selected. And that's what we want. We just want to select this one outer shape and then hold down Shift and then drag up and select the big text. And that's all we want to weld, and we'll come over and weld it. And that's what we want. So that's where the error a lot of people are making is you know, not just not welding the two shapes together, they're trying to weld three. Now what do you do with something like this? Coasters, I think, are the best. You know, probably the best seller. Not necessarily for this one, but if we go back to the original one, let's go back and do the original one again. And this time I'm going to do my name. So I'm going to use a regular weird looking letter like that, which is the F. Okay, and I'm going to go back into line mode, because line mode is design mode. And I think I'll make this a little bit bigger. And then I'm going to take some more text, and I'm going to bring that down to 35. And I'm going to type, oh, I need to click first. I'm going to type my last name like that. And then what I'm going to do is just grab both of these and bullseye it and see how it looks. And that doesn't look good. So you have to figure out where you want to put it. And I don't think I would do it this way on this one, because we're not creating the box this time and slicing out the middle. We're going to try and use this text to weld into the F. And I think I can do that like right about there. Might look good. What do you think? That could work. So let's give that a shot. Now, let's do our offset. So I'm going to leave this at 2. That 2 looks good. Now you'll see that the outside line only is selected. I'm going to press Shift and select my letter there. And I'm going to weld those together and take a look and see how it looks. So you see here, you can really experiment with this. You don't necessarily have to cut that box out of the middle of the letter. Only if you want to. So this would look just as good on a coaster with, you know, the last name being spelled out with the natural look of the slate or the natural look of the wood, and the capital letter in the background parting away the substrate.
Oh.
Your bathroom.
Hey, it's Rich, the Louisiana Hobby Guy. Today's video, I'm going to revisit an older video and remake it, and we're going to call this one Creating a Laser Bed Template for Production Runs. A lot of people ask questions about framing. They waste time on framing, and they try all types of little tricks and tips and that people are giving out on discussion boards on how to frame an object and so on. And really, if you just create some cardboard templates, you won't ever have to frame again. if you're doing production items like slate tiles, round coasters, dog tags, business cards, whatever it might be. You can create a template to do that. Put the template down on your bed and just pop the items in and out of it. Make it real simple. And that's what we're going to do today. So we're going to get started. I'm going to grab a rectangle over here. I'm going to draw it out. I'm going to make sure that the lock is unlocked up here. And I'm using an Ortur 20-watt laser that has a bed of 400 by 430. So I'm going to make this 380. I'm going to press tab by 410 and press enter. Now, if I select it, I'll move it right onto the bed here, giving me just a little more room than I need. And you may ask why I'm making it smaller. Well, the reason why is because Ortur is very cheap on their wiring, and they give you just enough wire to make it back here. But on my machine, the way I have my wires routed so that they don't get tangled, it's just a few millimeters short, so I operate within this 380 by 410 area. This way I don't have to worry about it going out of bounds or locking up and stopping in the middle of the burn. I know this will burn the 380 by 410 on my bed without causing any problems. So with that said, I'm going to come up here to cuts and layers. I'm going to double click on that layer. I'm going to set my speed for 800 and I'm going to set my power to 90%, and I'm going to do constant power mode. And actually I think I'm going to set this to 900, and that's good just like that. And that's all we need right there. So I'm going to say OK, and I'm going to save this file, run over to the laser because I'm not plugged into the laser with this computer. So I'm going to run over, run this file, burn my wasteboard, and then I'll be right back. Okay, so here's the wasteboard finished. Now all I did was run a pass on that. It didn't come out quite right, so I ran another pass, and then I lowered my focus and ran a third pass. Now I have a nice dark burn, and that's my base. What we're going to do is we're going to use cardboard templates. I'm going to cut some cardboard at the measurements that I have this rectangle, 380 by 410, and I'm going to make sure that these two sides here are factory edges, the left side and the bottom side. And that's all I have to line up. I don't have to line anything else up, because if I line up two factory edges, it's going to be perfect all the way around. Now I get these cardboards in 4x4 sheet that they use for pallets, but you can use anything. You can use a large Amazon box, you know, any type of cardboard. You can pick up some cardboard from Hobby Lobby, Lowe's, Home Depot has it, and get a few of them because you're going to want to make all different templates. So now that I've got my template, I'm going to click on it to select it, make sure all the handles are showing, and I'm going to come down here to T1 on the color palette, and I'm going to set that one to a toolpath. So now this one won't ever burn again. Now what I have to do, I'm going to make this one for my 4-inch slate tiles. So I'm going to grab another rectangle, I'm going to draw it out on my workbed, I'm going to come down to the color palette, set it to the 0, 0 layer, make sure that it's selected. I'm going to come up here, change this from millimeters to inches. I know my slate tiles are exactly 4 inches, so I'm going to type 4, tab, 4, enter. Now I have the exact size of my slate tile. I'm going to drop it right here. The next thing I'm going to do is come down to make an array. So we're going to create an array of these. I'm going to click on make array. I'm going to do 3 columns, and I'm going to do 3 rows. And that's what I know I can fit on here. Now they're a little too close together. So I'm going to space these out, and I'm going to give myself enough space here because we just have the space, so I may as well use it. And I'm going to space it out vertically, and that looks good, like that. Now we have plenty of space in between them. So now that we've got enough space, I'm going to come back up here to cuts and layers. If I right click on this, you'll see that all of the black layer will flash. I'm going to double click on it, and this one I'm going to do a little bit differently because we have to cut it. So we want to cut these squares out. So I'm going to change my speed to 500, and it's cardboard, so it should cut through on one pass. If it doesn't cut through on one pass, we can just run the job again until it does cut through. But I'm guessing that 500 should be about right. I don't want to burn the cardboard, light or ignite it on fire, so any lower than that I think would be too much. So So I'm going to do 590 constant power mode in line. That's all we need to do is say okay. Now I'm going to run back over to the laser again, and I'm going to cut these out. Okay, so here we are. This is the final product. And we have a few little squares to play with. 9 4-inch squares. I guess we can do test burns on them in the future. But this is the final product, and I decided to change my settings a little bit. I lowered the speed to 400, and power at 90 because it's been raining a lot here every day here in New Orleans. I'm not working in the air-conditioned workshop. It's being remodeled. I'm in the garage, so everything is soaking up the humidity, and I'm glad that I switched to 490. I did also do 2 passes. I had to cut just a couple of them out, a couple little bits and pieces here and there, but most of it came out just fine. Now you can see, if I take that cardboard and line it up with this edge and this edge, so I'm going to use the factory edge of that cardboard and line it up on this side and the bottom. That's all I have to line up. Everything else is fine. Now this red line is representing the burn that I did on the wasteboard, and you see that's on the toolpath, so that didn't burn, it just cut out the squares for me. Now what we're going to do, we're going to make these squares that have been cut out a toolpath, as well as offset them, because I have 4-inch slate posters. They fit perfectly in here, but I can't burn the whole 4 inches because the slate has, you know, the chipped edges. So what I'm going to do is just select all of these. I'm going to come over here to offset shapes. I'm going to click on this, bring this up, and I'm going to do 0.95, I think, but let's do 0.99 and say okay. Now that will give us enough room on the edges so that we won't burn on the little slope part and the chips going all around the edges. You don't need to do this with everything. If you're doing the little round posters made out of wood, you don't need the offset at all. But on the slate posters, I do. And the last step to do is we're going to select them all again, and we're going to also put these on the toolpath down on the bottom, T1 on the color palette. So now all of this is a toolpath, and nothing will burn now. All you have to do at this point is load this template. So we're going to do File, Save As, and I already have it, Laser Template Production. I already have it named. So I'm going to save that, and now anytime I want to burn a slate tile, I'll load this. I will never frame again. I will load this. I'll take my cardboard, I'll line up these 2 sides right here on my workbed with the cardboard. I'll grab a graphic. Let's say I want to do one right this minute. Just grab one, snap it right into the middle. Did you see how it snapped right into the middle? Hold Control, scale it to size. That's about what I want right there. All I have to do now is set my speed, my power, okay, send it to the laser, and it's done. No more framing, ever. You can create these templates for everything, and it doesn't matter how many you do, whether you do 1, 2, 3, 5, doesn't matter where you do that. You can do them in the center of the bed. You can press Control and D and duplicate it so that we can do 2 of them. And put one there. Now all I have to do is drop in 2 slate tiles in these 2 squares and hit start. It's a beautiful thing. And here's an example. Now here you can see in this picture, I dropped the slate square right into the middle slot. Didn't have to frame, didn't have to do anything. I loaded my artwork, hit start, and that's the end of it. It's done. How easy is that? I hope this video helped you out. Thank you for watching.
24/7 lasting odor protection.
So, I didn't think I needed swiffer until I saw how easily it picked up my hair every time I dried it. It only takes a minute. Look at that. The heavy-duty cloths are extra thick for amazing travel logs, even for his hair. Wow, you'll love Swiffer or your money back.
Hey, it's Rich, the Louisiana hobby guy. I know I've been missing in action the last week or so. Lots been going on though the last week and a half or so. I've been doing a lot of cleanup in here and organizing. But I have a video that I've been wanting to get out for a long time, probably 6 months. I'm crossing this one off my to-do list, and that is how to get better engravings than you're getting right now. And I want to dispel the myth about how a CO2 laser cannot get the same type of engraving as a diode laser. And generally speaking, that's true. But if you know the trick to it, it's not true. So I had a conversation with my friend Steve at Hobo with Wood. If you haven't seen his channel, it's a great channel. Just search Hobo with Wood. He also launched a new website called hobowithwood.com where you can buy his creations. But anyway, I had a conversation with him just last night, and we were talking about the fact that he's got a new CO2 and that he can't get good engravings. And we had maybe an hour-long conversation, and I think I got him on the right path. And I'd like to get you guys on the right path too. So let's jump over into Lightburn real quick. Let's find out what I'm talking about, and let's get this video started. Let's go. Alright, so here we're in Lightburn, and don't worry, diode users, we're going to talk about the diode laser as well. This really only impacts the CO2 laser, but I'm going to show you the difference on the diode as well with LTI line after fill, so you're going to want to stick around for that. Now this is a file that I got from my buddy, my partner in the Laser Makers realm. If you haven't seen that, we have a group of makers where we make something every other Sunday, and you get a chance to either win it, the final product, or you get a chance to get the files for free. So that Laser Makers realm is all about free files, and we're posting free files there every couple of days. So you'll want to go over there and check out the Laser Makers realm. And this is from Steve, Hobo with Wood. This is a gift card box, and I want to show you what the difference is and what I'm talking about and how to make this work for you. So let's come over to the cuts and layers over here, and you'll see that I have a multi.
It's not what I need.
So what I'm going to do today in this video, say the same thing, well, just go download the stencil font. And, well, it turns out that people aren't really happy with that stencil font. So what I'm going to do today in this video is I'm going to show you how to take any font. Today we're going to use Arial, but you can take any font, type out some text, and make it into a stencil font easily and quickly. So with that said, let's get started on today's project. Okay, so I have gone through a couple of iterations of this now, and let me delete this one off of my screen. This one here is the second version of it, and I was trying to do a video on it, but I forgot to make the cutouts And, you know, this is how doing these videos sometimes takes a long time. So now I'm on my third version of this, and I've gone and adjusted these openings here to exactly 1 millimeter. And the way that you can do that, you can cut out the opening on here, and I'm going to show you how to do that in a minute, and then you can resize it right here, just by dragging this up or down, selecting that one piece, and either piece, doesn't matter. You can select one, move it halfway up, move the other one halfway down to keep it proportionate. What I did wrong on the A was slicing it, so let me show you now how you properly slice this. You want to connect the wood, this is wood over here, and this is wood over here. You want to connect it all the way across. So what we're going to do is we're going to draw a rectangle, grab a primitive up here on the top left side, draw out a rectangle 1 millimeter tall all the way across like that, and then we'll select it. Now what we'll do is we'll size it to the size of the letter. Now with an angular letter like this, it's a little bit harder to size it. So what you have to do here, because you don't want these pieces sticking out on the side, so what we have to do here is come up to edit up on the top toolbar, come down to convert to path right here, and click on that. Now we can come over on the left toolbar to the node edit, and you'll see the 4 nodes for this rectangle up here. What we want to do is slide this node in to right next to the edge. It has to meet that line, but it can't go too far over beyond it. So we're going to just bring this in to about there. Let me zoom in to make this a lot easier. I'm going to grab this and bring it right into the very edge of that line. And then we're going to do the same thing up here on the top. I'm going to grab this one and bring it in right to the edge of that line so that that is unnoticeable to the naked eye. And then on the other side, we're going to do the same exact thing. So we're just going to grab it and bring it right into the edge right there. And then we'll grab this one and bring this one in to the edge over here. Now, I just made the same mistake that I made in the last video, or I'm sorry, I didn't make the same mistake I made in the last video, which was drawing this rectangle only out to the edges of this wood here. So this wood here is going to drop out. That doesn't help us. So now we have the rectangle going all the way across from wood over here to wood over here, and that's what we want. Now we'll come to the selector tool, top left, and we'll just drag over both of these. Come up here to Tools at the top menu, come down here to the Boolean Assistant, click on that, and we're going to pass our mouse over the different functions here until we find the one that we want, which is A minus B. So these are all the different functions of the Boolean tool, and this is the one that we want, A minus B. We're going to select it and say OK, and now if we look at this, you'll see that we have the wood on this side goes all the way across to the wood on this side, and that will keep this center part of the A intact, and we now have a military style stencil letter that will cut out perfectly without it being the actual military stencil font. So you'll be able to use any font that you want. Let's jump over to the laser real quick. We already know our settings are all set up for this, so I'll go to the laser tab. I don't need to hit frame because all I've done is moved it down from the top. The original one was up in the top corner, second one was in the middle. I duplicated that and put the third one down here, and we are ready to run this job. Let's go ahead and hit start. And there we go. The laser is started. I will turn off my microphone now and speed this up so that it goes a little bit quicker. Well, I guess rather than having the microphone off, I'll just voice over this a little bit. For those that are interested, this is the Roby Automation Lasermatic 10. It's a 10 watt diode laser. And this job is running on 6mm white oak at 140 millimeters per minute at 100% power. And it is slightly above the recommended cut for white oak that I have in the Lasermatic 10 library that most people have, which 20 millimeters per minute, but this oak is well dried, and I know that it would cut at this speed. So those are just some stats on what we're doing here. But other than that, we'll get back to the video in just a moment. So I did need to use some strategically placed magnets because this oak did warp a little bit. It was actually originally a 24-inch sheet that I cut in half on this laser. And you can see that those numbers that I used are perfectly dialed in. There is the final product. And it came out absolutely perfect. I think this one is definitely going to be a keeper. And that's it. That's it, folks. That's the whole video. So you're probably wondering right now, well, how did it come out? Well, here is the final product on air, and it's my little sign. I've got a couple of other versions of this that I'm working on, as you can see down below, with the wood and the acrylic over there, but I'm not going to share those just yet. This particular one, this one that I made here, all I did was take a piece of red cardstock paper and I glued it to the back. And there is my final product on air. So, really easy way to create stencil. You might want to just do this out of paper, you know, and create stencils that you can spray paint with as well. So I did it out of wood, I've done it out of acrylic. This is the easy way to take any font and turn it into a stencil font. Doesn't matter what font it is. Well, unless you get the crazy italic ones. That might be the problem. But most fonts can be turned into a stencil in just a couple minutes flat. So I had a lot of fun making this video today. I hope you enjoyed it too. And as always, I want to thank you for watching, and I'll see you in the next video.
Say goodbye to old costly cable TV once and for all. This revolutionary invention gives you access to your favorite channels and movies completely free of charge. Greedy cable corporations are trying their best to outlaw it. The device, surpassing standard cable companies in channel offerings and HD quality, deploys cutting-edge chip technology to capture satellite TV signals. It gives access to content across all major media platforms, eliminating the need for expensive contracts or monthly subscriptions, making traditional cable providers a thing of the past. Setting up this invention is a breeze, taking less than a minute. Simply plug it in and it works. The signal quality excels in both urban and rural settings. Meet WaveMax, crafted by a former cable operator employee in California, turned the TV industry upside down and saved Americans significant amount of money. After years of working as a technician at a local cable company, Andy stumbled upon a game-changing fact. He discovered there is a law issue to prevent cable companies from hiding their TV signals. But there was no easy way to get free access to premium TV channels, and the cost of cable TV shot up by about 7% every year since then, almost 3 times the inflation rate. Realizing how unfair cable TV had become, Andy decided to make a difference. With his technical know-how and a wish to help the community, he cracked the secret codes used by cable companies. The result? A simple plug-and-play device that unlocks all channels in sharp HD quality. Andy's creation shook up the industry, offering a more affordable and accessible option for everyone. Once news of his invention spread, investors flocked to witness the breakthrough. Friends predicted Andy's place in history. However, when a cable provider offered him $2.7 million for the rights, Andy declined, leading to his termination 3 days later. This event truly showed the significant impact his device could make. A group of skilled engineers joined him in his fight against greedy cable providers. They fine-tuned and perfected the device for mass production. WaveMax stands as the optimal and cost-effective solution to transform your regular TV into a dynamic home entertainment system. The device grants access to thousands of movies, sports events, TV shows, live news, and more. A simple plug into your TV can save the average household up to $2,000 annually. Despite shipping over 1 million units, cable providers are attempting legal action against WaveMax. The product is banned from physical stores across the US, forcing Andy to sell it exclusively menu, and their success seems possible. As a parting gift, Andy is offering WaveMax at a 50% discount before total prohibition, but this has sent demand through the roof. If you aim to secure substantial savings on your lifelong cable TV expenses, act swiftly. Click the link below to purchase WaveMax from the official website. The creators are so assured of their product that they offer a 30-day money-back guarantee, no questions asked. With inflation at a peak, orders are pouring in rapidly. Click on the video link to get yours at a 50% discount today.
Hey, it's Rich, the Louisiana Hobby Guy. Today we're going to be making a Father's Day card picture frame. So you're not going to want to miss this one. We're about to get started. So I'm looking at this wood that I picked up on Amazon, made in the USA by Global Material, and it is 148 millimeters wide and 12 inches, 300 millimeters tall. Really nice piece of wood, and it's 3-ply plywood. It looks like about a 1.5 millimeter filler and 0.75 millimeter plywood. Beautiful, beautiful wood, perfectly flat, nicely packaged, reasonably priced. So what we're going to do is we're going to take this and we're going to make this into a freestanding picture frame / greeting card or Father's Day card, and you're going to love the way this turns out. So let's get started. Alright, so like I said, we're going to be working with that 148 by 300 piece of plywood. So let's go ahead and draw us a template here. Come up to the top, unlock it, and let's make it 148. Press tab, 300, press enter, and relock it again. Now, this, I should have done that. I always do that. Now this should be on a toolpath, which we are on a toolpath, so that's perfect. So now we have our framed area, and we don't want that toolpath to frame, and that's good right up here. So we've turned off framing. So that's perfect. We're going to do a 4x6 photo. So we need to have a 4x6 area for the photograph. So let's go ahead and do our, let's put this one on the black. Let's unlock it again. And let's come to inches so that we get this right. And we're going to go the width, we're going to go 3.98, and the height, we're going to go 5.98, and press enter. And that gives us a little edge, for the photo. And you might even want to come down to 9.5 instead of 9.8, or you might even, want to come lower depending on the size of the border of the photograph. We'll go ahead and relock that again. Now we have our photograph size. Now what I want to do is grab that with the selector tool. I want to bring it down here and see how big we can make a border around the outside on this piece of wood. So we want to align this piece, hold shift, with this piece, and we'll just do the align vertical like that, okay? So now we have an idea of how much wood we have around this. What I'm going to do now, instead of using the offset tool, I'm just going to press Control and the letter D to duplicate the square I've got there. I'm going to hold the Control key and I'm going to drag out a corner. This way I can visually see how far I can drag this out. And it looks like that's about as far as I can go right there. to just a little bit on either side. So now what I'll do is I'll start from here, run across both of them, select them both and group them. And now we've got the beginnings of our picture frame for Father's Day. Let's take that and just use the arrow key and move it up onto the workspace to a spot where we think that would be good without wasting too much material. That looks real good like that. So that's good right there. Alright, now we can get to the designing part, which I'm sure everybody wants to do. So let's do it this way. We're going to do, actually, you know what? Let's go ahead and turn this so to make it easier to work with. So I'm just going to press the period key with it selected, move it off for a minute. This way we can design on it. And now we can design a little better. So I'm going to get my text tool over here on the left toolbar. I'm going to click right about there. And I'm going to do Shift 8. No, Shift 7 is the ampersand. I'm sorry. I knew that was wrong as soon as I said it. And I'm going to just drag this up and make it a little larger so that it fits in the corner like that. And I'm going to hold Control now and just bring it up a little bit more. And I think that looks good like that. Let's see what it looks like in fill. And, well, in fill, we need to offset this a little bit so that it doesn't fill everything. You see, in fill mode like that, it will do a relief burn, but if we offset it, it won't. So let's offset it by just a small amount. Let's say 0.05, something like that. And actually, I kind of like the border. So let's go a little more. Let's go 0.07. That looks nice. That'll give us a nice border around both, and that'll bring out the details. So there we go. Let's put it back in line mode because we're designing. Now we've got our ampersand, and we need one more for the other corner. So I'm going to do Control and the letter D to duplicate, and I think I just did that twice. Now I'm going to grab this one and bring it down here. Let me see if I did that twice. I think I did. Yep, I did. Let me delete that one. Alright, so now we've got our other one down here, and we're just going to hold the Control key and get it in the same position that we think the other one is in. And what I'm looking at is the space between this line and this line.
Whatever it is, I did not do it.
And I wanted to blame you.
Yeah.
I thought you worked sometimes on the weekends.
No, only on call.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, you never know when they're going to call you.
Don't jinx me. So
Well,
help me God.
You're coming here tomorrow, right?
Yeah, he's gonna have to come get me.
Really?
Yeah, I don't have a vehicle.
What the hell?
No, they put a
He
Jeep.
knows that, right?
I'll double check. I'm sure he does.
Okay, he's working, so I haven't talked to him about it.
Yeah.
Because the reason I was calling was to ask you how much it costs for gas to come here, because I was just going to give that to you. But since you have no vehicle...
No, they put GPSs in the work vehicles.
Oh!
Yep.
I gotcha. You know, a lot of businesses are doing that. So,
Yep.
Okay. Wow.
And Siobhan and the kids and her mom went to some fucking swim park in PA. So.
Oh, so they're gone for the whole weekend?
Yep.
A park in PA?
It's so fucking quiet.
It's so nice. Where'd they go in PA?
I don't know, some water park.
Oh, Erie has a huge one.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, how nice that is for you. Now you gotta work. Okay, I'm glad you're coming tomorrow. You know, your father's a lunatic. Well, we've all know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he works all day Thursday, 8 hours. He works all day yesterday, 8 hours. He both nights he comes home, and of course he doesn't eat, so that blows his sugar crazy.
Why didn't he fucking eat?
Because then all supper was ready for him, and he says, no, then I get too sleepy. I said, well, I didn't say you had to eat the full meal. your sugar where it needs to be.
You know what's funny? I'm the same way. As soon as I eat something,
Yeah.
I'm ready to
You
pass
kinda-
the fuck out.
Yeah, that's what he said. But I said, well, you don't have to eat the full meal. Have a piece of bread with butter or have something to keep your sugar. So no, he goes over and works on the boat both nights. Last night, he got in around, well, about 5:30. He went over to work on the boat.
Yeah.
And, what was I going to say? So he works on the boat. Now it's 8 o'clock. He pulls the truck back in the driveway because they hit it over near the thing.
Yeah.
And he sits in his truck for 20 minutes. And I see him kind of like on his cell phone and that. So he comes in. And I said, what are you doing sitting out there? You need supper. He says, well, I wasn't feeling too good. And you know what it is? His sugar bombed out.
Yeah.
He showed it to me. He was at 65.
Jeez.
I mean, that's like, and then he says, well, it was worse. It was 55 earlier. He says, so that's why I just chilled and had some, what do you call it? Jesus. Iced tea in the car.
Yeah.
So kind of watch him tomorrow. He gets like wacko. He's just, I said, it makes no sense. No sense. But, oh well. As long as he has to, you know, he'll come and pick you up then if he knows.
It should be 1, 2, 3. Just hook up and pull it out.
Well, okay. Here's the thing. And he knows this. He sucks at backing up. He can't even back up with a backup camera with his truck. So I told him, you cannot ruin our lawn. I have people coming and paying to mow our lawn and do everything. I said, you can't make ruts in our lawn.
Yeah.
So I don't know if you're better at backing up stuff like that, but he sure the hell is not. I don't know.
We just need to, if the ground is soft, we just need to use boards under the wheels. That's all.
Well, he said it's not going to even have to go. It's going to go in the driveway.
Yeah.
But he says, I said, all you need to do is stay on the driveway then, and not, you know, put ruts on. So I don't know. So, all right.
It'll be fine.
Yeah, I worry about everything. So it's nuts. Like he's so dumb and doesn't even take care of himself. He's exhausted, beyond exhausted. So yesterday I had, first of all, the town engineering department called me.
Yeah.
About getting the boat out of there. This was Thursday, mind you. They're coming Tuesday. Then they called me back. Then yesterday, the police, a lieutenant called me from the police department. Wanted to know where it all stood, how we were doing. Then I get a call from the code enforcement supervisor.
Oh my God.
Then when I hung up with him yesterday, I got a call from the I got a knock on the door from the assistant code enforcement. She was really nice. She goes, it's just that they're contractors and it's all timing. Like, if the boat's there, it'll hold up everything, and then it backs up everything from the contractor end. I said, well, maybe somebody should have told us. You know, we knew that there was going to be construction behind our house, but it never said it was coming here. And she said, well, it's part of the easement. I said, yeah, between the other streets. And if I read it wrong, I apologize. I said, but no one said that we had to move the boat, bottom line.
Yeah.
Until Thursday. So, what a fiasco. Freaking assholes. You should see the holes in that ton of stuff they're digging. It's going to be a mess. So nonetheless, the boat's got to get out of there.
I would take pictures of your foundation in the basement before they start fucking hammer drilling and fucking digging. I would I would take pictures of your basement walls, and then when the heavy machinery comes in and your foundation starts cracking, you got proof. It was not like this.
Still, yeah. Now you understand where they're coming in. They're coming in beyond our fence, like way over.
Yeah.
And that big space that we have, the lawn.
Yeah.
So they're coming there, but he's also going to take pictures of a bunch of stuff. And you know, just the way the grass was dug up, the easeway, blacktop, everything. Such a... And I told them the boat, you could go around the boat. And they said it's not that. They said it's the equipment that's coming in.
Yeah.
That they need more space. I was furious. So I don't know. I said, so what do you want me to do? I told the cop, I said, don't give me any problems parking in the driveway. Nope, you're going to be fine. We can't park on the lawn at all. And I said, okay. What a joke.
Yeah.
I said 4 people from the city, or excuse me, from the town, is involved. Maybe 5, 2 from engineering. I said, you know, does everyone in Cheektowaga get this much attention?
Wow.
This is where my taxes are going, you know?
Yeah, really.
So, oh well. All right, go do what you gotta do, and he'll come get you tomorrow, I guess, if he knows.
Yep,
So.
I'm going to call him and make sure he knows.
Well, he's working, so just text him.
Yeah, I know. So.
Yep. All righty, cool.
All right, we'll see you tomorrow.
Okay.
Bye.
All right, bye.
Yeah. Is shit fucking being delivered yet? Yeah. Alright, back to this.
And the space between this line and this line. So, if we come up here, you'll see they're approximately spaced exactly the same. Approximately exactly. How do you like that one? Alright, so we've got our 2 ampersands. Now, the next thing we're going to do is put some names in here. So we'll do, I think we'll do up here maybe, let's shrink this down to a manageable size. Right about there I think is good. And let's come over here and put me. How about that? We'll put me right there. And then let's arrange this in a spot where, let's line it up with the edge right there. And let's use our little squares with our arrow key to get an idea of how far from the lines it should be. That looks about right there. And then we're going to do, the next one we're going to do is daddy. We'll do daddy like that, okay? We'll select the daddy, and then we're going to press the comma key to turn daddy sideways like that. And then we'll bring daddy over to here, put it about the same amount of space away. Actually, that one's in the middle, so we'll do something like that. And you know, we're not looking for perfect design here. I'm just trying to show you how to do this. And we'll come down over here and we'll put daddy's name. So maybe daddy's name is David. We'll call daddy David today. We'll line him up with the edge over here because we've got me lined up with the corner on the other side. So my mouse is not participating today. The edge of the me is lined up here. The edge of the D is lined up here. Make it, look nice. And then we're going to do Peter, we'll say. I don't know. Let's do Peter as the baby's name. So we're going to select that, and this time we're going to use the period key instead of the comma, because it'll flip it the other way. And then we'll just grab Peter and we'll line him up about the same distance as Daddy is from the ampersand up above. Maybe something like that. Looks good to me. And then finally, I think I would want to put something a little off-centered up here. Maybe in capitals. We'll do first Father's Day, like that. We'll go ahead and click on it, and let's bring this down so that it's not overwhelming, and line it up with the corner, just like the other ones are lined up with the corner, something like that. And now we have first Father's Day. Let's take a look at what we've got. And I think that, that might, wait, one more thing we should probably do. We should probably put the year. How about that? Yeah, absolutely. We need the year. So let's bring the year in over here, and let's make this one a little more prominent. There. And now maybe we should line this up in the middle too. Let's go ahead and, with that one selected, let's press Shift, and let me go back into line mode because we'll never be able to do this. I'll just drag from here to here. Select those two, and let's go ahead and align those so that they're perfect. There we go. And that's good. So now that will, I think that is a really nice Father's Day card. What do you think? You wanna make this one? Now what we have to do is we got to bring this whole thing together. So let's go ahead and come up to the top and group it. Okay? And let's hit either the period or comma key. It doesn't matter which one it is. And then we'll press Shift and drag over the framing box that we made, and we'll just bullseye those two. Now at this point, and I shouldn't have done that, so let's do that one more time. Put this back in line mode, make this easier. Alright, so now what we're going to do, now we'll align this so that we don't waste too much material. So I'm using my arrow keys, and that looks pretty good right there. Let's put it into fill just so that I can see. That's going to be real close on all four sides, but that's okay. We should be alright with that. So, we've got this one done. And this is the first one. So, one thing that I've forgotten, I just noticed, is that we don't have any cutouts going on here. So we've got to cut this out, and we have to cut this out. So let's go ahead and zoom in here. Let's select that one on the inside where we want it to cut. Let's click on the left side over here, the offset tool. And 0.2 should be perfect for that. And we'll do that 0.2 inward is good. And we'll say OK. And then if I roll my mouse wheel all the way in, then I'll go ahead and just drag across this one to select it. And we'll put that down here on the red layer. Alright, there we go. So now we have the inside cut out. And we got to be careful now because we're creating another layer. So let's make sure that we didn't, yeah, we're still good. Okay, so that's still good. Now this one might turn out to be a problem. We've got to offset this one. Let's do the same thing outward instead and say okay to that and put that one. Now putting that one on the red layer may, no, it's good, we're good. Alright, so now we have our two cutouts. Yeah, if we put it on the inside, then it would have changed it to a relief fill. Okay, so we're good. So we have the cutout on the outside, we have the cutout on the inside. I think we're ready to go. Let's see what we've got on the work bed. I lined up a piece of wood that I thought was in about the right spot. So
Violet,
We'll
here.
show. Yeah, it looks pretty close. Let's see. It looks like maybe, you know what, we can get rid of this tool path now, because we no longer need that.
Come on.
Now we've got our entire
Here,
design
Violet.
done. Let me zoom in real close here and be careful and just make sure that this is going to work on the wood.
In here.
And that looks to be on the
Good
wood.
girl, come here. Come
So
here.
I think that's looking pretty
Here.
good. I'm going to turn around. I'm going to do a quick
Here,
frame.
Violet. Violet, here. Violet, here.
I just wanted to make sure that it's in the right spot, and it is. So now the only thing I've got left to do is to turn on the, we can turn this off now. We can turn the overlay off. So it's ready to go. The only thing I have left to do is to set these. Yours is going to be different, so it doesn't really matter. But we're going to do engrave fill on plywood, and we're going to assign it to that layer, and we're going to come over here, and we're going to come down here to 3.5 millimeter, cut, assign it to that layer, and we are now good to go. So let me turn everything on, put the camera in there so you can get a live look at it, and let's get started with this cut.
You know, a lot of people think that in order to conceal carry, you're going to need a tactical belt and a set of jeans. Well, I'm here to tell you that you don't. In fact, you can carry in a bathing suit, in a business suit, or in your birthday suit using the Vanish holster right here. This holster is not only going to work without a belt, it is the most comfortable holster that you're ever going to own. Allows you to carry any gun that you choose, as well as 2 magazines, and it does a bunch of other really cool stuff that I'm going to tell you about here in just a second. So let's work it out. So, the Vanish holster attaches with a non-tactical belt, which allows you to carry in multiple positions. With the Vanish holster, you can carry an appendix, 3 o'clock, 4 o'clock, solid back. You can do a cross draw. You can even carry it up here if you want. It's awesome. It works anywhere. But what's most important is the comfort that we've designed into the Vanish holster. So this is a incredibly comfortable belt. And like I said, this belt allows you to wear it with whatever you want. Now it goes up to 48 inches. If you're a little bit bigger, we do offer an extender that gives you up to 68 inches of coverage. But enough about that, let's talk about comfort. I made this belt with yoga pant material. So if you've ever watched any of my videos before, you probably heard me talk about how yoga pant material is both very supportive and incredibly comfortable. But what it also is connecting you to your actual holster. And on the back of the holster, we have an awesome microfiber material that does not absorb odor or sweat, which means that it's not sticky, slimy, or stinky when you wear it all day. And you're going to wear this all day. If you look at any of our 1,200 plus reviews, you're going to see that a lot of people say that they practically forget that they're even wearing this holster, and that says something when you consider the fact that you've got 2 magazines as well as a pistol on you at all times. Now, that whole thing is awesome, and what we really like about the holster is that we stand behind it with a money-back guarantee as well as a 2-year workmanship guarantee. We know that you're going to love it, and so we stand behind those guarantees just to make sure that you are always feeling comfortable and secure with your Vanish holster. Now, I did mention it works with a lot of different guns. The Vanish holster works with 99% of most semi-automatic handguns, as well as good.
Juvenile Justice Court in Mississippi. Newsom is facing a domestic violence charge. He's handcuffed and shackled. Initially, he appears relatively calm as he reviews the paperwork. Tension started building when the transport officer tapped the table, seemingly agitating Newsom. Not long after, Newsom's mother and brother enter the courtroom. He tries to go and meet them before being guided back by the officer. After signing the paperwork, Newsom started arguing with the judge. The judge wasn't having it today. He quickly ordered his removal from the court. But Newsom has a plan. He throws the stack of papers at the judge. That doesn't satisfy him. The transport officer attempts to subdue Newsom. He overpowers her, escalating the situation. Newsom then hurls a telephone at the judge, knocks over a computer monitor. It's now time for Judge Rhymes to take control, and he did. Now Newsom's brother becomes involved, adding to the confusion. Additional transport officials rushed in to assist, finally escorting Newsom out of the courtroom. Judge Rhymes regains control. Court staff works to restore order. Newsom's brother is eventually removed from the court, and proceedings resume. As a result of his disruptive behavior, Sidney Newsom is charged with contempt of court and serves 48 hours in jail. However, this wasn't the only time a convict freaked out during their sentencing. Take, for example, the case of 49-year-old Anthony Redding, who's facing a charge of felonious assault in Union County, Ohio. Redding allegedly punched his girlfriend in the face so badly that she lost an eye. Redding claimed the punch was in self-defense and pleaded not guilty. As if Redding's crime was not outrageous enough, his reaction to his sentence was even more dramatic.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the court informed you that you have reached a verdict. Is that correct?
After the jury reached a verdict and was dismissed, Redding geared up to hear his sentence from Judge Donald Frazier. However, Redding's emotions run high before the sentence is read. His attorney puts in a word, hoping to get him to his senses.
Oh my God.
While they exchange words, the judge intervenes before the situation.
There's nothing in my chat, dumbass.
With the proceedings continuing, the prosecutor presents their statement, arguing for a strict and stringent sentence based on Redding's conduct dating back to 2008.
State believes that his conduct dating back to at least 2008 warrants the most strict and stringent sentence available.
Then, it's Redding's turn to speak.
That's not good. I did not intentionally hit you. This would be ruination of my life.
Finally, Judge Frazier delivers the sentence.
All right. Well, the court finds that there was no genuine remorse shown.
Holy fuck, you guys are having a fucking...
The maximum sentence is warranted. So prison sentence.
My chat must have fucking froze.
Redding is sentenced to 18 years in state prison. This means he won't be eligible for release until 2037, when he'll be 68 years old. However, Anthony Redding isn't alone in his courtroom actions. Let's not forget the infamous incident.
It's fucking pouring out. I ain't going outside.
He was accused of violating his parole. A year ago, he was released on bond while awaiting trial for various charges, stemming from a contentious divorce and custody case. His ex-wife had a no-contact order to keep him away from her and their children. The state now claims he violated parole by breaching this order. Despite the no-contact order, McDonald allegedly sent gifts addressed to his children, which his lawyer claims he didn't know violated the order.
This incredible product cleans any toilet in 60 seconds without scrubbing.
and it only cost $40. Take any dirty toilet, pour in 1 scoop, and watch the foam expand to cover the entire bowl. Let it sit for about 10 minutes, then flush it away, and watch your toilet sparkle like new. The patented formula quickly dissolves rust, calcium, lime scale, and other dirt, and it leaves behind an invisible coating to prevent future staining. It was invented by a brilliant but frustrated chemist with a very simple problem. His toilet bowl was disgusting, and he refused to spend hours cleaning it.
The defense argues for his continued freedom until trial.
His release conditions had contact with the individual, his ex-wife, approximately a month ago in June. He had mailed a number of items to his wife's address.
However, Judge Kathy Hardcastle is aware of the history and isn't convinced.
Family court. He constantly violated orders. He would always insist that the order said something else. I'm not sure that he is capable of controlling himself because he wasn't before. So based upon that, I'm granting the motion.
Just when you thought McDonald couldn't sink any lower, his behavior in the courtroom will leave you stunned. After the decision, court marshals approach McDonald to take him into custody. He resists, prompting a struggle.
Put your hands behind your back.
Despite threats of being tased, McDonald continues resisting, leading to additional charges.
I just want to see my kids not being prosecuted as a family mistake. I just want
McDonald was later found guilty of burglary, forgery, and perjury related to his divorce case, receiving a sentence of 24 to 68 months in Nevada State Prison. He also faced an extra charge of resisting an officer due to his actions during the hearing. However, while it was clear that McDonald wasn't happy to hear he was going to be remanded in custody, his reaction to the decision was similar to the case of 21-year-old Milton Watts.
That's 60. You want to go for 90?
Stop!
That's 90 more.
He turned himself in after a warrant was issued for his arrest due to his refusal to appear on a domestic violence charge in Berea Municipal Court. Judge Chris Green, pictured here, is presiding over the case. The interaction between Watts and the judge quickly gets off to a rocky start. Judge Green questions Watts about his absence in court the previous month.
You were supposed to be here last month. You did not appear. Why weren't you here?
But Watts has an excuse.
Someone didn't show up and somebody died in the tail list. There's no reason for me to be here.
However, Judge Green isn't impressed with the excuse.
Well, it's not an engraved invitation, son. It's a court order. I'm resetting it then for you.
Watts attempts to handle the situation himself, stating he doesn't need an attorney.
Your attorney withdrew, so you have to hire an attorney?
But his understanding of the legal process appears limited.
You're a lawyer?
Nope.
You want to talk about me bond with me? What do you want to tell me? Bond?
His attitude isn't well received by the no-nonsense Judge Green.
That's going to cost you 30 days in the county jail for contempt.
The judge then sets a $5,000 cash surety bond, subject to a temporary protection order.
Son, it's $5,000 cash surety bond, temporary, subject to the temporary protection order.
Despite this, Watts continues to display a defiant attitude, prompting Judge Green to add more days to his sentence.
He just swore at the judge. Can I give you a piece of advice?
What?
You can either make life easy or you can make life hard. That's 60. You want to go for 90? That's 90 more. That's 100.
Even as his mother and family beg him to stop.
Stop!
Judge Green decides to reduce the sentence to 90 days in jail. However, while Watts' behavior was shocking, it's nothing compared to the utter mayhem caused by Sherry Lynn, a Miami-Dade bound court.
You're there to try to hit with the pliers. The other case, F436,
Judge Mindy Glazer is handling bond hearings today, but one particular case stands out. Sherry Lynn is a defendant facing charges of felony battery and resisting arrest with violence. Lynn appears remotely and has a public defender representing her. Lynn's demeanor is immediately noticeable, and from the very start, it's evident that she's not pleased to be in court.
Have you ever been treated for any mental health issues?
What you focus on first?
Judge Glazer initially finds it somewhat amusing, but quickly addresses Lynn's behavior.
Okay, well, I'm a little busy right now, so I'm not able to do that. Ma'am, I'm just trying to help you.
Ma'am, he's trying to help you, and please don't use profanity or try and disrupt my courtroom, because I don't want to be forced to
Judge Glazer addresses the charges against Lynn, including an alleged...
I am here to tell you today that your feelings are valid. Your trauma is valid. Your hurt is your hurt. I discovered BetterHelp 2 years ago and my life changed. You wear these shoes. You know where it hurts. No one can tell you how your shoes hurt you because they are not wearing it for you. If it hurts you, my love, it hurts you. Every human being have different capacities. The capacity you have as a human being is different from the next person. How you react
An alleged attempt to hit someone with pliers. She orders Lynn to stay away from the alleged victim's home and place of business. The judge sets the bonds for the various charges, including $1,000 for one count.
I'm ordering that you stay away from Cynthia Cuba. Do not have any contact with her. You must stay away from her home and place of business.
But Lynn isn't going to accept that quietly.
Cynthia Cuba, tell me. You're there to try to hit with the pliers. The other case, F436,
Interestingly, Judge Glazer maintains her composure. She suggests that Lynn should consider getting medical attention and reiterates the orders before concluding the hearing.
Have a nice day, ma'am. Let's try and get you into the hospital.
In the end, Lynn is ordered to pay a $50 fine as part of the proceedings. However, let's compare the jaw-dropping reaction of Lynn to the astonishing outburst by Keith Ferguson during his sentencing in Kalkaska, Michigan. Ferguson is in court for the mindless murders of his wife and in-law. Ferguson had pleaded guilty to the first-degree and second-degree murder of his estranged wife, Tiffany Ferguson, and her father, James Weber. After shooting her, Ferguson brought the kids to his father-in-law's house and killed him. The children got away to a neighbor's home, but Ferguson broke into another neighbor's house and barricaded himself. He eventually surrendered to the police. Ferguson's actions were horrible. Little did anyone expect that Ferguson's response to their sentence overshadowed the outrageousness of their crime. The motive behind the gruesome act was believed to be Tiffany's recent filing for divorce. In previous court appearances, Ferguson displayed disdain for the court and the judge. His disruptive behavior continued during this arraignment, where he refused to cooperate and raised profane outbursts. Despite dropping several felony charges as part of his guilty plea, including kidnapping and carrying explosives, Ferguson's actions were inexcusable. So, during the trial, the prosecution requested for the maximum sentence.
He murdered multiple people in flood and to state hostages. There's no doubt in my mind that this particular defendant had a high risk non-appearance or being to the public.
The request sounded reasonable to the judge.
Why? Why do you need my red house key?
During sentencing, Carla, a friend of Tiffany Ferguson, delivered a touching victim impact statement, highlighting the emotional pain caused by Ferguson's actions, particularly for his own children.
I knew He loves his kids too much. He won't kill me. Well, we see how much you love them.
When Ferguson was given a chance to speak, he showed no remorse or apology. Eventually, Judge George Mertz handed down the sentence of life in prison with no possibility of parole. But that didn't move Ferguson. However, just when you thought you've seen it all, another convict surpasses Ferguson's wild courtroom display. Enter Kwahulu Govan, a 38-year-old facing murder charges in Bushwick, Brooklyn. Govan lived across the street from the Brazel family and had a connection with the victim's mother, Desiree, due to their shared neighborhood. On February 14th, 2005, Rashawn set out for the Gates Avenue subway station, intending to meet his mother for a Valentine's Day lunch. However, that lunch never took place. Rashawn vanished without a trace. The days that followed yielded a grim discovery. Fragments of Rashawn's body were uncovered in a subway tunnel. Even more horrifying, a hand and arm were found at a Brooklyn recycling facility. Tragically, Rashawn's head was never located. Court documents revealed a shocking twist. Govan had attended Rashawn's funeral and even signed the guest book. The detective handling the case, Jason Palomarna, shared a disturbing detail. Govan had said that he hated Rashawn because he was gay. He labeled him an abomination, based on the interpretation of religious teachings. This was reportedly his motive for murdering the 19-year-old Rashawn. Fortunately, DNA evidence on Rashawn's body pointed to Govan. Now, in the Brooklyn Supreme Court, Govan is facing trial for his abominable crimes. Govan tries to stand up and plead his innocence. The court isn't having it. A struggle ensued when Govan refuses to be fingerprinted, argues with the judge. But the judge had enough and orders him to be removed. Govan had to be in court every day until he agreed to be fingerprinted. Govan subsequently pleaded not guilty to the crimes, was sentenced to life imprisonment. However, it's not the first time a convict has lost control in court, just like what happened in the notorious case of Alan McCarthy in Daytona Beach, Florida. It all started when the Volusia County Sheriff's Office received a concerning call from Alan McCarty.
Yeah, I want to report a crime that's about to happen.
What do you mean a crime that's about to happen?
Yeah, there's about to be a crime that's going to happen if my kids don't come back to me, you stupid bitch. Because you stupid judges don't want to bring people to courtrooms. I got a gun pointed at your building.
Sir, what is going on?
You call him sir, you stupid bitch. Where's your judge warrant at? You gonna bring that bitch out in handcuffs and I'm gonna execute that son of a bitch right in the street. I'm letting you know I'm gonna shoot this bitch. You done? Give me my kids.
Where are you at, sir?
I just told you I'm outside of her building.
God damn it, DJ. Burn something or turn the air off.
Most people have no clue that the best way to make money on Amazon is not with physical products. It's Amazon's other company.
Oh, I can hear it.
Audible pays me $8,000 to $10,000.
I done
every
fixed
single month
shit
in
this
passive
morning.
income. And I'm not the only one. People like Katrina,
I can hear it.
Carla, Elena, Renee, all
I don't
making
think that's
thousands of
the
dollars
air.
a month in passive income using the same
I don't know what that
system.
fucking noise is.
Last month I reached $8,000 in revenue, and I'm on track to reach $10,000
I
in
can't figure it
revenue
out.
this month.
I've been able to go from 0 to 22K in 7 months, and of course, this completely changed my life.
I do this on a part-time basis, about 5 to 10 hours a week. I earn about $40,000 a year.
There's no other job that pays with that little time. The best part is it's literally a done-for-you system. You're not buying any merchandise, you're not storing any merchandise, you're not shipping any merchandise, and you need
cord extender.
Tech skills to get started in making thousands of dollars a month in passive income from Audible. Now, I wish I could say I'm the genius who discovered this method, but I'm not. I learned everything from the Mickelson twins. I took their free training, the same free training that's linked below, turned around, and made my first $100 in 7 days. And you could be next. All you need to do is click the link, and it'll take you to a free workshop where you'll learn the same done-for-you 4-step process that we are using to make thousands of dollars every month in passive income. The reason people are having such amazing results so fast is because hardly anyone knows about this. Look, you could ignore this just because it's an ad, or you can click the link below and find out why this 4-step process is working for so many people and why it can work for you. And just by clicking the link and watching the short training today, you're going to get 3 bonuses that have not been offered before. So click the link to claim your bonuses and get in on the ground floor of this amazing opportunity for passive income. Look, the most important thing you can do right now is don't waste any more time. Click the link, go through the free training, and learn the 4-step process that is providing financial freedom for so many others. Click the link, and I'll see you in the training.
Shut up.
Detectives soon arrested McCarty for making death threats against a judge who he wrongly believes played a role in taking his children away in a custody case. A year later, in a different courtroom, he faces his punishment. If you thought McCarty would show remorse for his crimes, be prepared for his jaw-dropping conduct during the proceedings. During the trial, McCarty put on a show. Despite his disruptive behavior, the judge carries on. Ultimately, McCarty was eventually removed from court and found guilty of all the charges against him. During the sentencing, McCarty's issues continued.
To the bottom.
The judge addresses McCarty's contemptuous behavior, but his disruptions persist, leading to his removal from the courtroom.
Back room. No, I'm not resisting. I'm not resisting. I'm just not standing up. I'm not standing. I don't have to. Smoke all on that baby's head, stupid. Never quit in that face.
Finally, the judge delivers the sentence. McCarty is adjudicated guilty and sentenced to 15 years in Florida State Prison for 1 count, with an additional 5-year sentence to run consecutively for another count.
Count 1, I'm adjudicated guilty, sentenced him to 15 years in Florida State Prison. As to count 2, unadjudicated guilty, sentenced him to 5 years to run consecutive. To count 1.
Alan McCarty is a prime example of a convict acting crazy in court. However, could this outburst by Jonathan Alonso be considered even a little crazier?
You make whatever decisions you need to work out between your own selves.
Thank you.
You work it out between your own selves.
30-year-old Jonathan Alexander Alonso
Well, that
is in
just
court for
sucks.
the murder of his older lover, Lou Piper, age 61, in Sunset Harbor, South Beach. Lou Piper's body was discovered by police in his apartment after co-workers reported his absence from work. The state of decomposition indicated that Piper had been dead for several days. The gruesome scene that awaited the authorities was marked by stab wounds covering Piper's body. Blood-soaked floors and walls, alongside a trail of bloody footprints leading to the bedroom, bore witness to the violent act. Multiple knives stained with blood were also found within the residence. The suspect, Jonathan Alonso was taken into custody 2 days later. The relationship between Alonso and Piper had been complex. They had shared the same living space for over a year, and neighbors suggest that their relationship was romantic in nature. However, law enforcement had been summoned to their apartment on various occasions. In September, Piper had sought to have Alonso removed from the premises, citing alleged domestic violence incidents. However brutal the slaying was,
well, that
we
sucks.
hear how Alonso justified the murder. Alonso's court appearance took a disturbing turn as
Everybody's dead. How about we start at the beginning?
Okay, here we go.
So many fucking
he
ads.
went on an eccentric rant, claiming to be God's will.
I'm selfless, and I am God's will. And that's all I've called him, all I ever have.
His self-proclaimed divine status left those present bewildered. In the Bond court, he addressed the judge with unconventional statements, suggesting that individuals should resolve their conflicts themselves, as he followed his own unique path as God's will.
You make whatever decisions you need to work out between your own selves.
Thank you.
You work it out between your own selves.
Miami Beach police noted that Alonso had been uncooperative throughout their investigation, going so far as to disassemble recording devices during initial questioning and spitting on the police. Eventually, Alonso was sentenced to 20 years and 6 months. However, while some may attribute Alonso's reaction to mental illness, pales in comparison to the unfathomable behavior of 40-year-old Daryl Brooks.
Yeah, I got it ain't like they go through out of jail.
As it relates to the jury instructions, sir, what are your...
What the hell you said?
Mr. Brooks, that was very disrespectful.
Drove his car through a Christmas parade in Waukesha, Wisconsin, claiming the lives of 6 individuals, ranging from 8 to 81 years old, and injuring over 60 others. If you thought Brooks's crimes were reprehensible, brace yourself for their shocking...
He needs to fucking die.
Opting to represent himself in court, Brooks's trial took a perplexing turn due to his repeated interruptions, outbursts, and erratic behavior.
Mr. Brooks, do you have any requests? Do you have any requests as it relates to the jury instructions?
I hope they killed him in prison.
These disruptions led to his removal from the courtroom on multiple occasions.
I'm advising you to stop asking those questions. Be considered, consider that could take to the next courtroom. I'll make more findings when he's in the courtroom next door, and I can do that without an interruption.
During the trial, a deeply unsettling event transpired. In an unnerving show of disrespect, Brooks engaged in a prolonged stare-down with Judge Darrow, while forcefully banging his fists on the table. This stare-down terrified the judge.
I need to take a break. This man right now is having a stare down with me. Very disrespectful. He pounded his fist, frankly. It makes me scared.
Brooks's confrontational behavior and intimidating demeanor continued, even as he was removed from the court and was speaking from a separate room.
What are your requests as it relates? What are your requests as it relates to the jury instructions, sir?
Throughout the trial, Brooks displayed behavior that veered from defiance to emotional breakdowns. He frequently contested the fairness of the trial and objected to questioning.
Pounded his fist once again, raised his voice. I understand, I really do, that he's upset with my decision to cut off his ability to present a defense, but that decision was made based on his conduct and his conduct alone.
So let's be accurate on the record since you think you know so much. So we can open the door. We can open the door on how much you told us you want to do. And that's what she is to me.
Over the top, I am
You know that?
Mr. Brooks, I'm ordering you to sit down and to let the state finish.
Brooks was eventually sentenced to 6 consecutive life sentences.
Guilty.
A first-degree intentional homicide is charged in count 1 of the information. Dated this 26th day of October 2022, signed by the fourth person.
However, when emotions run high in court, the actions of Brooks and Michael Gaines leave us questioning sanity itself.
I don't think I have to say insults from anyone to use a tough guy now.
This is Michael Gaines, who was in court for battery of a law enforcement officer. Gaines was accused of spitting on 2 detention deputies. This act of aggression took a particularly concerning twist, as Gaines is HIV positive. Now in court, he appeared agitated and did not allow the judge to speak.
Stupid.
However, things got worse when Mr. O'Connor, deputy district attorney, contributed to the case.
I appreciate Mr. Gaines making that point. You caught very well received. Maggot mother. And I don't think I have to say insults from anyone to use a tough guy now. Use a
Gaines turned it to a cussing match.
You're a maggot. You're a tough guy. You're a maggot. Punk. You should have died. You're a baby. Maggot.
He was eventually removed from the court. If you thought these reactions were shocking, you'd be amazed at this video of couples reacting to life sentences.
Hate wearing bras? Then you might want to check this out. I hate busty gal. I have always struggled.
But what happens when that is not the case? Here are 14 of the most incredible moments when stupid criminals realize they've been caught. Starting with this woman, who on July 10th, 2022, was denied entry into a plane 45 minutes after the flight was ready for takeoff in Detroit, Miami. However, she took it upon herself to sneak onto the plane from the side door, prompting employees to report the situation to the Miami-Dade Police Sheriff's Department. When police officers arrived, the captain explained how she not only refused to leave, but also threatened to assault someone and force the captain to fly the plane. Soon after, the woman was confronted, but what she did next was totally unbelievable.
Yeah.
refusal, the officers decided to remove everybody from the plane. But even after this was done, the woman still chose to be uncooperative and entitled.
My boarding pass is the same height as everybody else. What do you mean? That's dumb as they just want to have an attitude because they're miserable. They're miserable with their life. There's nothing for you to say. What is there for you to say? Like I said, y'all want to make my life hard, make everybody else's life hard. I want to go home. I don't even live here. That's weird. Y'all weird. But y'all mad because y'all think you can't do anything except make everybody get off and everybody get back on.
Why? It's at the bottom. So when are you coming for this key?
Despite successfully getting her off the plane, the woman still refused to cooperate with the officers, leaving them no choice but to do what they should have done in the beginning. However, even this wasn't enough to make her accept that what she did was wrong.
I just passed the sheep.
That's why he's shaking his head. He's over y'all. He's shaking his head. And I'm on camera out the airport. This illegal. I have a ticket. And y'all mad because I have literally wait, stop. Stay right
The woman was then transported to jail and charged with disorderly conduct and destruction of aircraft.
You know, a lot of people think that in order to conceal carry, you're going to need a tactical belt and a set of jeans. So I'm here to tell you that you don't.
Variable text in Lightburn is a powerful tool that can greatly expedite your workflow, especially for batch production jobs that require unique text output for each unit produced. With the dynamic text mode enabled, Lightburn automatically replaces special formatting codes used as placeholders with text when a project is sent to the laser. These placeholders can be swapped for date and time, serial numbers, cut settings, and even data from a CSV file. In this video, we'll cover how to enable variable text, go over the different setting options, and use it to batch out custom table place cards. Variable text works hand in hand with the standard text tool. Clicking on the A icon in the left toolbar to activate the text tool.
What, Piper?
Hey folks, Dave here.
The United States Penitentiary on Alcatraz
What?
Island, often just called Alcatraz, is a high-security federal prison located.
Next. What's coming down the pipe? Next. Expected to see on New Year's Eve. Hope everybody's had a wonderful holiday up so far. And
okay.
everybody stays safe over the upcoming festivities. So who all we got in the audience here tonight? 28 folks. We got our usual folks. We got Chris. And Chris, I tell you what, man. Chris and Saber Gum had me going this week after my last video. Both of them had me really racking my brain. I by no means profess to be a light burn guru or professional or laser professional. And I promise you, I would never claim to be any good at grammar. But Chris had me really scratching my head this week, and we'll talk about that in a second. Lori, hello, Lori. Jeff, good to see you. Of course, we got Jack in the shop. Jack, you weren't the first one in the stream, at least not the first one in it tonight. You must have been asleep. Let's see. We're not going to waste a whole lot of time, but what I am going to do is I'm going to recap a little bit about what I discussed in the video that we did this week. It wasn't live.
Oh my God.
All the ways of formatting this different text, and we'll talk about all the grammatical errors and all the fun we've had with that this week, and all the aggravation we've had with it this week. And then we're actually going to design that logo. And how do we get there? Somewhere. We're going to design this logo.
Here we go again.
And it might have been Jeff or somebody put a comment in Facebook about they wanting to address the offset, and I think they were talking about the offset that I used to create the void or the soft kitty in there. If that is great, we are going to go over that. But if there's something at the end of this discussion that you also want to know something about that I haven't covered, put it in the comments, let me know, and I'll do my best to try and figure it out. I've actually got a, in fact, let's see.
Where are you?
Nope, they didn't switch. Switch. I'm burning a second board, and it's about finished. And, I don't know, if there's enough interest and you guys might like to have this, I'll see about trying to give this thing away. I don't know. I've never done that before on my stream, but we'll take a look and see. Alright, so book that she got when she first got married, and it was sold through the Ladies Auxiliary or something like that, and they all kinds of recipes in it. But this is exactly how it was written in the cookbook. And Saber Gum pointed out in the comments, he says, hey ma'am, it probably should read either 1 cup of margarine or cream, or it should say 1 cup of butter or cream, a cup of margarine. And I was like, well, this is perfection. I don't tamper with perfection. Because I never, in the entire 40 some odd years of looking at this recipe, because we make these about once a year, I've never noticed that the way it was written in the cookbook, it said 1 cup of margarine, and then the instructions said cream butter until light. So I went in and changed that. But then there are tons and tons of grammatical errors in there. And I thought I saw all of them, but I didn't. And Chris Gallagher, he brought up, I've got in here the world's best oatmeal cookie. World's with the apostrophe, and there it is, and then the S. And Chris was like, well, I think maybe it's a regional thing, but it shouldn't be S apostrophe, or, and then I got to thinking about it and said, no, that would be right. And I said, well, maybe it shouldn't have it. And so I was questioning myself left and right. Finally, I had to contact an English teacher. And Chris, the answer is, this is correct. Because I'm implying the world's best. So we're showing possession, the world's possession is their best cookie. And then when it's a noun that does not end in an S, it's apostrophe S. But if it was Chris's best oatmeal cookie, then it would be up after the S. So a noun ends in S, the apostrophe comes afterwards, but it doesn't. So, but Chris had me scratching my head off for about a day. Finally, I had to reach out to an English teacher and say, hey, help me out here. All right. So, yeah, grammar. What is that exactly? We're in redneck South. Y'all. It ain't even a word. Y'all. But I talked about how this formatting was done. Where this, in my early days when I wanted to do this, I would type out a line of text, then start a new line of text, and then start a third line of new text. And once I had 4 or 5 different separate lines, grab those and then align them all to the left. Do the same thing over here, grab them, align them all to the right, because that was just the way that I knew that I could get it to do what I wanted to do. I talked in this video about how those alignment features work in Lightburn, but Lightburn's not their support, Lightburn's manual doesn't give you a whole lot of instructions about it, just tells you what it is. I seen something when I was playing with this, and let's jump over to Lightburn. I'm going to touch on a couple of things that I went over in that video that I've learned since the video. Then we're going to jump into this and
who's here, Piper?
I didn't discuss in that video.
Who's that?
So let's jump over to Lightburn. Let me get the right set.
Who's it?
There and there.
Who's
and
that?
switch.
How to kill all mosquitoes in
Who's
the
that?
area in 90 seconds. This simple but brilliant
Watch
trick you can do tonight to eliminate all mosquitoes around you is taking the U.S. by storm. A genius university student from Nevada is disrupting the billion-dollar pest control industry in the U.S. with a device that eliminates mosquitoes.
I just scared the pants off Joseph. It's like, I thought you were at work all weekend. I don't want all of your keys.
You're not separating them.
I just wanted Red House. The fuck?
Result in extreme, painful swelling that lasts for
And
days. The doctor's solution? They told him not to go outside at night in summer. That's when Sam decided to take matters into his own hands.
The fuck? I gotta take them all off.
In a desire to live without constant fear of getting bitten, he was able to reverse engineer common mosquito-killing devices and discovered something they were all missing. Most use the typical approach to killing mosquitoes by emitting a broad spectrum of light and hope it attracts them. But Sam pinpointed the exact frequency of UV light that attracts mosquitoes.
Better not lose them, that's all I had.
That kills them in their tracks. He brought the gadget to school, and the results were incredible. Under controlled testing, the device killed 99% of nearby mosquitoes in 4 minutes, proving 7 times more effective than any other device they tested it against. He was told by his professor that he would go down in history. That's why he teamed up with investors and secured $5 million in funding which led to the perfection of the
Get down.
prototype and readied it for mass production. His revolutionary invention eliminates all mosquitoes over a 500 square foot area in just minutes. The patented flash beam technology uses the exact UV frequency that attracts mosquitoes like a calling signal and zaps them immediately. The device was just awarded the National Medal of Technology and Innovation, making it one of the top inventions of the year. It's easy to use too. Just switch it on and it instantly starts emitting a powerful UV light to capture mosquitoes, eliminating them within seconds. It's 7 times more effective than standard mosquito zappers. And with its portable design, it's perfect for camping trips with friends and family, turning every environment into a mosquito-free haven. When Sam first launched his brilliant mosquito zapping device to the public, it spread like wildfire. And after going viral, it sold out within the first 48 hours. Sam wants everyone to know about this new technology, so he has since tripled production and is offering a 50% discount for anyone who orders within the next 24 hours. This is a limited time opportunity, and the price is set to increase at any moment. Click the link below to visit the official website and order with 50% off.
Get over here. Get in. Come on. Piper Murray. Get in.
2023 was a phenomenal year, thanks to our amazing clients. And we can't wait to show 2024 what we're made of.
I always get up-to-date information.
It's streamlined, everything that we do.
At Jaffa, we're more than a team, we're a family. The heartwarming connections we built with our clients inspire us every day.
Jaffa is one of the only vendors that consistently helps us and reduces our costs. One of the only we can rely on in the city.
They are wonderful. They always help me out with
emailing you guys, everything gets back so quickly.
Oh my God.
And as we continue to work with some of the biggest names in NYC, tackling everything from alerts to violation resolution, audits, inspections, and more, we can't help but be thankful to all of them for entrusting their compliance to our team.
Services have been great for us. Gives you a heads up.
It's very sufficient. It's not hard to use. Very savvy.
We love it. There's so many reports and things that we didn't know that are going to make our life easier.
The money, headaches, and stress
Fucking
we save our
shit,
clients are
man.
the greatest joy and the greatest testament to our vision.
Now we realize that we could enter tenants' email addresses to send out the notices more efficiently and more often so we get responses.
But we're always in the loop. We can constantly see what's going on, what needs to be done, verifying violations, getting alerts of complaints and stuff like that.
As we step into 2024, we are fueled by your trust and are excited to bring you even more innovation, services, and success in the coming year.
Todos lo entienden y muy contentos de utilizar esta aplicación.
Thank you.
So sick of these fucking commercials.
And
Fuck.
so the tools that I used to create that alignment are up here, the Align X and the Align Y. And I'm going to put a toolpath out here, or just anything, put a toolpath. Hey, with the engraving finished, I'll turn this laser off, maybe it gets a little quieter in here. And fans. Okay. I don't know that sounds better to me. Alright, put that on the toolpath. Now I'm gonna come up here and I'm gonna grab my text. First I'm gonna deselect that toolpath. Grab the text tool, the black layer, and before I start typing, I'm gonna come up here to this Align X and Align Y. And right now what I wanna do is I wanna put this text in this top corner of this toolpath. I want it to start here and then come right down the left side of that toolpath. So to do that, I need to select my text tool and I want to align it to the left and I want to align it to the top. And then I can start right there. And as I begin to type, it's going to keep that starting position right there. It is anchored to that position and it will continue to type on down as that's its anchor. And I was like, okay, because in this top corner, and as I start to type, now it's feeding out from the right side. So I'm like, okay, that's cool. Now I figured out how that works.
Yeah.
Alright, I didn't fully understand that in that
Letting
section
you know
when I
the
explained
pilot
it in
from
the
the camera.
previous video, so I thought, you know what, I will clarify
Stop.
that now as we
I
start
swear to
this
God.
video. Now,
Because that guy fucking filled it the wrong way.
bending
He probably
text.
fucked
We're
the
gonna be
tank.
creating this logo,
And all the fucking
text
propane
is
came out.
in a circular place. I can't even tell them.
I'm gonna take a fucking pull that shot.
With that there being wrapped around the circle, there are a couple of ways you can do that.
From a fun paper?
And a couple of them are
Get back.
Fucking cocksucker.
bend the text, and that's what we're going to talk about here. But there are problems when you're trying to position it in a logo like that, when you just simply bend the text. And you may be doing this already, but if you're not, if you're to switch the cameras, switch, there we go. Now we're going to grab a text and we're going to put it on the black layer, and I'm going to just type out bending text, and I'm going to zoom in here. Bending text. And once you've typed that out, now you'll see up here that this little blue dot is way up there in the top. And you may not have ever seen it there, and that's because of where I have these alignment positions right now. I've changed that alignment position to middle, which is where you probably have yours set by default. You'll find that little blue dot right over there. But as you change your alignment positions, that anchor is going to move around in different places. But you grab that blue dot right there, and you can start to bend that text. Now, when you bend text, it kind of gets a little bit distorted. It's like the end doesn't rotate with that curve. It's kind of still wanting to stay up straight. That's what this distort feature is for. I mentioned that in the last video, but I didn't show you an example of it. When you bend your text, you can then use this distort tool, and it will begin to, this particular font's not the greatest, so let's, for demonstrating that, I'll change that to Arial, and we bend that down, and now you do your distort. So that starts to look a little bit better whenever you're doing a bended text. But now when you use a bended text, you get that, and you can actually see the circle that it's bending it around. But when you try to rotate it, it rotates on its own center axis. And you'll see that's going to be a problem whenever we try to put this on a logo in a second. So bending text, if you were gonna build a logo starting with creating all your text first, and then you were gonna put the circles around it, then that might work. But with what we're gonna be doing, this is not the most friendly way to do this. Now, another thing that you run into with this align Y is you can use that to align your text to a line. So if I grab my pencil and I'm just going to draw out a straight line, and I'm going to put it on a toolpath. Hopefully you'll still be able to see it. Select it, I'm on toolpath. Now that that's on a toolpath, I'm going to grab my text tool and I'm going to put in here, we'll still call this bending text, but we're not really bending it with the bending tool. Put that on a black layer. There we go. Now if I take that text, move it over here where I can see it, and I'm going to do, in fact, you know what, I'm going to change that to, I'm going to change that text, because I'm going to do 3 different examples here. alignment top, not cup or tip, top. And then we're going to duplicate that, move down here, and I'm going to do alignment middle. And I know a lot of you guys said, hey, I thought we were going to design a logo. Well, we are going to design a logo, but these tools are what we're going to be using to do, and I want you to see what they do when they do what they do, so that when you start to try and do some of this stuff on your own, you're like, oh yeah, I remember I can do that. Or I remember that's how that works. Not y'all top. Alright. So I have 3 different texts here, and I'm going to use this X or the Y align to align these different positions in relation to the toolpath that's underneath them currently. So first I'm going to select this tool and I'm going to change my alignment to the top. Now that just moved the text. It still has nothing to do with the toolpath at this point. But I'm going to select my text, hold my shift key and select that toolpath, right click and apply path to text. And when you do that, now they are linked together and the toolpath is on top of the text. I select this one and I leave it to middle, hold my shift key, select the toolpath, right click, apply path to text. That toolpath is in the middle of the text there. And there's a reason that I've got these on a toolpath and not on a line, because if I put that on a line, you'd be able to see it much, much better. But there's a reason for that, and I'll explain that in a second too. So now I'm going to grab this alignment top and hold my shift key and select the toolpath. And you know what? I got to change my alignment first. I need to change that to bottom. Text, not top, bottom. Hold my shift key, grab that toolpath, and dadgummit, change the bottom. Change alignment, bottom. Hold my shift key, grab that toolpath, right click, apply path to bottom. Now that toolpath is on the bottom of that text. It's in the middle here, it's in the top there. Now, if I grab any one of these toolpaths, and I'll grab this one since we're down here at the bottom, I'm grabbing only the toolpath. I did not select the font. I only selected the toolpath. And then I come over here and I turn it on the node editor.
See if this one comes out.
Come down here and grab any part of that toolpath. That font, that text, is part of that line. No matter what I do to that line, that text is going to stay there. So when I need to wrap this around a certain point on a logo, I can bend that and move it and change the alignment, and you can't do that when you just have bended text. And if you get really bored and there's nobody around and you just want to make your text dance, you can just sit here and come on now, grab it and make it do the worm from 1987. So let's see what everybody's talking about. Anybody got any questions or any comments regarding what I've talked about up to this point? Switch. Alright, so yes, Bob, I'm glad that you made it, and we waited just for you. So that's where I left off. Jack in the shop, he's got a question. He says, I got one for you. You may have seen in the Facebook group align slots and tabs. Yes, that's going to be a video that I'm actually going to be doing. My next topic is going to be in-depth on nodes, node alignment, positioning, and there is a very neat trick to doing that. And so yes, I did see that, and I forget who it was that made that comment or that needed that done, and I posted to them, yes, that's what I'm going to be doing in video that won't be a live, it'll be a video. And then I may follow up with it on a live, kind of like we're doing here. Alright, yeah, grammar. What is that? It's Jeff
Cool.
Benedict. Grammar are crackers that you melt chocolate and marshmallows on. I like that. Let's see.
Reversible?
I don't want to get too far down a rabbit hole and somebody have questions about something that I've talked about.
It is reversible.
And yes, Chicago Bob, there are many references there to the Big Bang Theory. It's Mary C's Soft Kitty Cafe. Mary C, of course, being Mary Cooper, because Mary was the one who, in Little Sheldon, or Young Sheldon, I guess she's really the only one that's ever sung Soft Kitty. In the Big Bang Theory, eventually there was 3 or 4 people that sang Soft Kitty. But yes, that is Big Bang Theory. No, it's Soft Kitty, Fluffy Kitty, little ball of fur, yes. And Chris is like, oh no, now I'm gonna be singing. You got an earworm. Gotta love it. Alright, a lot of discussions but no questions. Okay, and Mark, I'm glad you're here. You're not really late. I was just kind of recapping some of the things I talked about in the last video. Hopefully you've seen that and this is not too old. But you haven't missed any of the really good stuff where we're going to actually be designing the logo. That's coming up right now. So, if there are no further questions, let's switch back over here to Lightburn. And we're going to clear all this off.
Yes.
I gotta do my selector tool. And we'll drag from the right and just delete it. Alright. Now, before we jump into Lightburn, I'm going to show you a tool that I use. It's one of my favorites for grabbing SVGs. Just like this, I promise you, you can search the internet and you will not find a Mrs. or a Mary C's Soft Kitty Cafe anywhere. That came out of here. But the inspiration for this layout came from another logo that I'm seeing on svgheart.com. And if we go over to here, let's see, there, and change that, and here, there we go. So this is svgheart.com. Now, I'm not being paid to mention them or feature them. I pay for my membership to this account. This is a great resource for finding some really good quality SVGs. You do not have to have their premium membership. You can get lots of free SVG files here. And what I did when I was looking for a logo, I was actually not even looking for a logo. I was searching for cookies because I was doing the cookie recipes. So I just typed in cookie and searched for that.
Imagine checking your own heart with medical precision from anywhere. Introducing KardioMobile 6L, the FDA-cleared personal EKG that provides more in-depth heart data than any smartwatch. Get yours today at Kardia.com or Amazon.
And I started, and I said, okay, that's great. In fact, I'll be using those. And as I got on down where that's, oh no, it wasn't even cookie. I was looking for cocoa. And I said, okay, I'm going to do a cafe. So I said, let's do cafe. And I searched cafe, and there, that. Frosty Snowflake Cafe, hot cocoa served with love. I was like, okay, that's cool. I like that. But I want to recreate that of my own style and my own lettering words. And the problem with that is, in fact, we're going to go ahead and download that. go ahead and look for the coffee. And I kind of like that one right there. And all I want is this coffee cup. I don't want anything else about this particular SVG. I'm going to copy that, or not copy it, I'm going to download that. Download. So now those three are in my download file folder. And I'm going to, and while we're here real quick, let me just show you guys the premium SVGs. The stuff that these, and they've got everything. In fact, I think it said somewhere there was 10,000 SVGs. But lots of stuff about New Year's here, Christmas, your good old Highland cow, really great SVGs of Jesus Christ, Santa Claus holding a beer, smiling, hey, the holidays are over. So if you're not familiar with this svgheart.com, you might want to make it a go-to place when you need to get some artwork, because it is free and it is for crafters. Alright, so now let's go back to Lightburn. And now I've downloaded all those. I'm going to import. First I'll bring in Frosty Snowflake, because I want to show you this now that I can zoom in and show you really nice and turn off. There we go. Sorry about that. Didn't mean to leave him up there. So when I'm looking at this and I'm going to recreate it, you've got to be able to look at this design and reverse engineer it. So I could take this and I could actually break it down and start deleting parts of the snowflake, the word snowflake, and try and put in the font and the script that I want, but it's not going to match and line up with that cutout. So I'm going to figure out how to reverse engineer it and put my font exactly positioned on there with the right cutouts. So I'm like, the first thing I need are all my circles. And I've got 1, 2, 3 different size circles, and the bands or the width of them are also varying. I had Frosties and or whatever it was, Snowflake in there. And I'm like, okay, so we're going to start doing our own. But now let's import these other graphics. Now that I've imported that one, I'm going to import my coffee cup. Alright, and all I want of that particular one is my coffee cup. Right now, this is showing that this is one piece, or it's not. Now make it, ungroup it, I should say. And now with that ungrouped, I can grab all the coffee, say goodbye, all of that, say goodbye, now grab that and group it back together. So now I've got a coffee cup, and this is already an SVG. I don't have to copy and trace it, it's already an SVG. I'm going to grab that and bring it over here with my, and those are a little bit big in proportion to my coffee cup, so I'm going to bring it down just a little bit. And those are going to be used in my logo. So I was able to save a lot of time by not having to worry about trying to create that artwork. I could, but I can use this and not feel like I'm copying anybody's piece, because I'm going to be using these elements in my own piece. So the first thing I want to do when I'm creating that round logo is to draw out a circle. I'm going to look up for a path we can see, and we'll put it in line mode. And then I'm going to start making copies. I'm going to say Control D and duplicate that, and I'm going to shrink it down a little bit. Say, and I didn't keep that centered up. I obviously did not hold Control. Let's try that again. Control D and hold Shift random. Shift, shrink it down. Why is, oh, that's because my alignment's not right. No, I'm holding Shift. Why is it not? Because I need to help you. What am I doing wrong, girls, boys? Let's see. Gotta hold Control, not Shift. Alright, I'm getting myself confused. So duplicate it, Control D, duplicate it, hold the Control button, and shrink it down just a little bit. I'm gonna hit Control D, duplicate it, hold the Control button, and shrink that one down a little bit. Control D, duplicate it, shrink it down a little bit. Control D again, and shrink that one down quite a bit.
only do that
grab
one.
all of those, put them in field mode, and take a look at them. I'm like, okay, I'm kind of liking that. You know, I just don't want them all being symmetrical. I don't want them all the same, and there is no mathematical equation here. Yeah, so let's see. I got a lot of things going on over here in the comments and see if there's anything. Oh yeah, I need to. Chicago Bob, thank you, brother. Thank you very much. Your contributions are always greatly appreciated. And it looks like we had another one too. Richard, thank you. You do an awesome job of explaining Lightburn functions. I try as I learn stuff. And like talking to Rich earlier tonight, he got excited. He thought maybe I found something new in Lightburn. But that text editor that I showed in the video, he's like, oh man, I was hoping you found something new. Well, that wasn't new to me. I'd never seen it. Probably new to a lot of you folks. But as I learned it, even if it might have been in Lightburn since version 1, if it's new to me, I'm going to share it with my viewers. Because I haven't shared it, and I don't know if you've seen it or not. So I'm going to share what I learned as I learned it. Let's see here. Oh wow, hey, we got another redneck in the house. David, that's David Mercer, Mercer Outdoors. He's getting a blossoming YouTube channel. Jack in the Shop, Dave, is another Gaston County redneck. So we're getting a lot of locals in here. Is that a beer clock? I don't know. If it was something that was in SVG, you'll have to SVG.
Come on.
Go check that out. All right, question mark. Jesse, what are the units associated with the H space and vertical space? I don't know. I mean, no. That's, yes. I think it, and this is, man, this is a question that I was hoping would never come up, because I think that has to do with the font size. And the font size, this question came up at Lightburn Experience, and we're going to get off on a tangent here. That's why I said I hope it didn't come up. I think it has to do with font size, and font size doesn't really work that well as the way it's supposed to in Lightburn, because through the research that I studied, the font size is points. It's not pixels or millimeters, it is points. And from what I understand, the capital X in a font, if you tell it to be a font size of 37, that's supposed to be, I think, 1 inch. Because each point is 1/37th of an inch. But that doesn't hold true in Lightburn. And that's only on a capital X. And all of the other letters in the font are scaled according to the capital X. But if you draw out a capital X and tell it to be a point size 37 and then draw a box around it and check, it's not 1 inch. And it's also not uniform from font to font to font. And I think that's something that has to do with the way that Lightburn works with fonts. So I think it has to do with points, but it's also kind of an irrelevant, because there's no way to give it an actual fixed number, because it's going to change from font to font. That's the way I understand it. So, Lori says she wants to see Lord to the Worm again. Okay, she loves the 80s music. Yeah, well, I was not a beatboxer or a breakdancer. I did watch a few of them. Let's see here. And Richard says he uses that SVG Heart all the time. It is a great resource. I just did a project where I had to warp and distort text, and you just showed me an easier way to do it. With the toolpath, you always have great tips and tricks. Thank you. I'm normally searching for images. All right, looking for any questions. Well, we got 87 people watching. Hey, all right, great. I love it. Looking for questions. point, and this is, I'm guessing, like you're talking about in Lightburn, it can range from anywhere from 0.18 to 0.4 millimeters. And I don't think that it's supposed to, but I think that's what it does do in Lightburn. I think 1 point is supposed to be a fixed value with the fonts. But that's the way I understand it. And I loved your box today with the CNC. Let's see here. Oh, and you know what? Chicago Bob might be right here. He was under the impression that H space and B space was a percentage. And I think that he is absolutely correct. That is a percentage, but it's a percentage of the font size. So that's why I remembered it had to do with the font. But H space and B space is a percentage of the font size. So if you're using a font size of 10 and you tell it to do an H space of 10, then it's a percentage of the font height. And yes, you are right. I yield to you, sir. It is a percentage of the font size is what that value comes to. Question mark ET says, any way to have one laser in Lightburn set to inches, another one set to millimeters without having to swap? We'll talk about that. We'll bring that up again, but let's keep on. I want to keep on with this logo. That's what we were supposed to be doing about the logo tonight. And then I'll get to, at the end of the logo creation, any questions like that, I am happy to try and look at and figure out. Alright, and yes, Carl saying a question mark at the beginning of your statement will let me, because I'm just trying to scan through, make sure I'm getting everything. So if you have a question regarding something we're talking about right now with the logo stuff, put a question mark, then your question, because I'm looking for that right there in the beginning. Alright. So I'm going to move on now, take Carl off the screen, we're going to jump back over here. Alright, so I set up my base, my circles for my logo. And I want this to be Mary C's Soft Kitty Cafe. I'm going to put Mary C's wrapped around up here in the top and put Soft Kitty great big and across there, cafe underneath it. So, and I'm going to use my brush script, deselect everything, select my font, come up here, and I've got my favorites set up. I'm going to come here to brush script, and I'm going to start typing. Make sure all my alignment's right. No, they're not. So before I start typing, I want middle, and now I'll start typing soft. I'm not typing, middle, soft, kitty. Now I want this to be at an angle across the front of this. Now you can get this at an angle several different ways. You can rotate. In fact, I say it a lot. You can do everything in Lightburn 10 different ways. And if you get to the same, didn't want to do that. Control Z, undo. If you get to the same result, it doesn't really matter. But you seen there, I just grabbed the rotation handle up here and just started rotating that. Now the problem with doing that this way is I don't have any way of knowing to what angle I'm rotating it. Now I plan to put the word cafe down here underneath it, and because I am OCD about wanting things exactly symmetrical, exactly right, I want the word cafe to be perfectly parallel to Soft Kitty. And since I did not have any way of knowing where that's at, it's going to be a problem. So I'm putting that back to where she's just like she's typed out. I'm going to put it in the, I'll put it in the center for now. That's lined up to center, and I'm going to take her up just a little bit. And now what I'm going to do is I'm going to use my rotation aspect tool up here. And by rotating it a fixed number, I know exactly the angle it's at. So I'm going to tell it to rotate negative 20 degrees. And I like that angle. That looks good, and I know that because that's what I've used in the past. And then I had that aligned to center, but it didn't look good. So I'm looks at your logo, if you have that lined up perfectly center, but it doesn't look good, then it don't look good. So here, it's no longer center justified, but it looks better. And I'm gonna shrink that down to about there. And I know that it's rotated at negative 20 degrees. Now, someone mentioned about talking about offsets, and I'm hoping this is what they're talking about. If not, we'll go over that too. But now what I want to do is I want to create space between soft kitty, the text, the font, and these circles. Right now, I don't like that overlapping. It doesn't look good. So what I'm going to do is select the font, and I'm going to use my offset tool, select my font, and I'm going to use my offset tool, and I want to zoom in here tight. That inner line that's got the ants running around it, that is the original font size. And I'm going to look at there. That looks pretty decent. That gives me a good gap. I'm going to make sure that I'm selecting my outer results. Actually, it don't even matter because I'm going to have to select everything else first. But one thing you want to make sure is you have your delete original objects turned off. You do not want to delete your original objects. Okay. And you're doing an outward round offset. And as far as the size is what looks good to you. Now, none of those circles are grouped right now. So what I've got to do is just drag it from the right to the left, touching all those circles, and group them. Now that those are grouped, I can hold my shift key, zoom in here, and select that offset that I just created. And now I can use my subtract tool, and that just subtracted that gap from the offset and creates the space for all of the circles. And it's all of them because I selected them all and grouped them all up. These little bitty pieces right here, I don't like that. I'm going to make them go away. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to select all those circles.
Don't look
because
right.
right now, those are all still grouped together. I'm going to ungroup everything, and when I do, that's going to make those pieces individual pieces. But instead of having to go around and look for all of those pieces, I'm just going to select this one right here and come up here to Tools and say Select Shape Smaller Than Selected. And this is not named correctly because if it selects shapes smaller than selected, it would not select the shape that you picked. So it should say Select Shapes this size and smaller or something. I don't know. But when you click that, it's going to pick everything in this design that is that shape or smaller, and now you can hit the delete button. It's going to clean them all up at one time. You don't have to go looking for that. Now, I'm going to group all this together so I don't move anything accidentally. I'm going to type out my word cafe. I want it to be much smaller, and it needs to be negative 20 degrees. And you see it snap right there. That's exactly in the center of the logo. And I'm going to shrink it down a little more. And I kind of like that. Alright, so anybody got any questions here so far about that? Remember question marks before your comment or your question, so I know it's a question. Let's see. Hey, Steve's in the shop, Steve Ventari, and I just told Clack I liked his heart. I liked your bottle opener, you did too. But I don't know if things are different up there in Minnesota. But down here, we get pulled over carrying something like that in our pocket. We'd get arrested for carrying a concealed weapon. That was a big bottle opener. Come in handy to your bartender, though. Go out of it. All right. Let's see. All right, no question marks. What's Chris saying? You can use a soft return control enter to get a second line parallel. I don't know what that is, Chris. You can use soft return to to get second. Oh, okay. You to make them parallel each other. Okay, I didn't know that. Okay. All right. Another thing that you can do, yeah, for the text cafe, I didn't control enter and make them parallel. I didn't know you could do that. Now I do. Say thank you. Another thing you can do, go back to Lightburn, is whenever you use the align to use a text. I'm trying to say it, but I can't say it, so I'll just type it. If you use the tool where you align your text to a path, there we go. And if you were rotating all of this and you use the rotation tool and you don't know what angle that was, but you know you wanted to put something to that, and that control enter is going to be really cool, but say control D, it duplicated that line. So now if I just select one of those and select that word test, and I align path to text, right now it's aligned in the middle. But if I take and I select, or I type another text out here, any text, another text, select that, and then select, in fact, I may need, that one may be on top, yeah, that's the original, I'll put that on toolpath for right now. So now I'm only seeing that black line and that black line. Sorry, select the font first, select the black line, align the path. It's not going to let me do it because it's not seeing it. Need to put that on the toolpath. There we go. Now I've got just the black line. But you can align both of those. It's not letting me do it. There we go. Turn that off so I can see it. But if you align it to, and we're going to change this alignment to the top instead of the middle. And now align the path. There we go. That would make them all parallel too. Like I said, there are so many ways to do stuff in Lightburn. There is no one wrong way or one right way. That's what I love about this. And I love playing with all the different tools. And there might be 10 ways to do it quicker. Sometimes it's just like, okay, what will this do? And what can I do next? Alright, so now that I've got those two in there, I'm going to create 2 bullets real quick. Just draw out a circle. And I'm going to grab that and put it down here. It's a little bit big. Put that there. Control D, duplicate it so I have the exact same size bullet, and I'm going to put it over here about 180 degrees opposite. And it's going by look here. I'm looking at this the space from the bottom of my T and the bottom of the S there, so they're kind of got the same distance from Soft Kitty, and I get them centered up in that, and that looks good to me, and that's all that matters when you're doing graphic design, is what's pleasant to the eye. Sometimes being perfectly symmetrical is not as pleasing to the eye. Now I need to do Mary C's, and I want Mary C's to be wrapped in this part of the circle. And here is where you have a problem with bended text. Mary, in fact, I don't want that low. I change it. Mary C's. And I'm going to change my font, staying in my favorites, Baskerville, and here I'm going to increase my H space to 10% of 17.55 to increase that additional spacing between Mary C's. But here now, if I take my bending tool and just bend that down, it's going to, I could actually bend that right around that circle and get it to where it's all right. That's the perfect size, the perfect. But the problem is when I try to put that in here, and then I want to rotate it. I don't want it top dead center. I want it over here, rotated at the same 20-degree angle. You know, I didn't try this. I wonder what happens if I tell it to rotate negative 20 degrees. Let's see. I don't know. I don't know what's going to happen here. Rotate negative 20 degrees. Yeah, that won't work because it's rotating on its center axis. So this is not where you want to use bended text. So what I do, and we're going to use that align to path, I come over here and everything's deselected. I select my toolpath and I select my pencil tool, and I come right here in the center of that logo. I need to be able to see the other side over here. I come right here in about the middle of that, and it don't have to be perfect because we're going to be moving this around. I just start drawing a line, not a straight line, there to about there. And left click and right click to stop. So now that line started at about the midpoint there and ends at about the midpoint there. Now I need, did I get rid of Mary C's? Yeah, I did. Mary C's. Put that on the black layer. Now, I've got that close to about the right size because I can look here and put that looks like that's pretty good, decent space. But then the problem is your Y is coming down below that line, so that's extending way down here. That may be still a little bit big. I'm gonna shrink it just a little bit more. Hold my shift button, select that toolpath, right click, align path to text. You're like, well, that's great. It's aligned to text. And right now I didn't change my middle alignment or top alignment because none of that really matters in this particular instance. But now I need to get this up here. How do you do that? Simply go back over here to the node editing tool, and I'm going to just grab that toolpath and start bending that path anywhere I want it to be. And that's starting to look pretty decent right there. But you can grab these tangents, and if you didn't have it quite where you needed to be, you can move that and bend it however you needed to. But that looks pretty decent right there. Now, the reason I put these on toolpaths, I'm glad you asked this. When you put this out here, if you did not put that on a toolpath, if you put it on a line, in fact, if I change that right there to a line, you can see that that's on the black layer. That would engrave that line, and you wouldn't want to do that. So if you put it on a black layer, you say, well, I don't want it to engrave, and then you hit, if you got that line selected and you try to delete it, it's going to delete everything. Because when you align your text to a path, it is now one and the same object. You cannot delete one or the other. You can still change that and make that a toolpath, so it's going to stay there and it won't make any marks. And I see some questions, so let's jump over here real fast. Let's see. Jack, man, thank you, brother. Thank you. Yeah, Jack just threw 20 at me, and I appreciate you always think of him. And I'll tell you why. You know why. And I'll tell y'all why. He is local, and I have sent several folks in his direction to do engraving and jobs that I either can't do, and actually both of them are fiber-related stuff. And I don't have any fibers, and I know that he's more than capable, and I can trust him to take care of the folks I send this direction. So yeah, Clack saying yes, you can add spaces to change your origin. So and that's almost also like changing, if it's aligned in the middle, and you start adding spaces before it or after it, it's going to push that text up and down the line to help move its position with it any way I want. But we'll try that. We got to do text at the bottom. We're gonna do what is it? Serve with love. So if y'all don't follow what he's asking, you'll see just a second. We're gonna try his question and see what happens. Serve with love, we're gonna put it at the bottom and try doing that with his question. And Clap says, yes, that's usually the way he'd go. You know, I didn't do it, didn't think about doing it. But hey, we're getting ready to see what happens. So let's jump back over there. And we're going to put, in order to be able to grab those, I'm going to have to ungroup them. And I'm going to put them on align mode so I can see everything. And right now that's not one line, and that's okay. I'm going to say Control D, duplicate that, put it on a toolpath, and then, but the problem is here, you can drop that down, but it's still, I guess you could stretch that out like that. And I've never done it before, but I guess there's a way you could make that work. Like I said, there is no one way to do things. But since I'm not familiar with that, I'm not going to do that. I'm just going to delete that. We'll leave that in line mode for right now. I'm going to grab the pencil tool again. I'll just come right there, draw a line from there to there. Right click to stop. Grab my font. And this one I'll do, and typically you don't want to use all caps when making a sign because all caps are harder to read, but I want to give this some different variations in fonts and characteristics. So that, and select that with my right click, and then, or left click now, right click, apply it to path, and now you see that it cut off a lot of it, but as I begin to bend that and make that line longer, I didn't want to do that. Control Z. I gotta go to node editing, and now as you begin to bend that, you'll start to see those letters come back into play. It's still not going to be small enough, so I have to change my font size. So select my font, and we're going to lower our font, and then that actually looks pretty decent. So now go back to shaping it, and nodes. And that looks pretty decent right there. Now I can grab my coffee cup and my cookies, bring those in here. We'll shrink them down a little bit more. And I had something else in that other logo. What did I put? Hot cocoa and cookies. So I did another line. Put it on a toolpath. And cocoa and cookies. Put that on the black layer. And it's way over here, it doesn't matter. I'm just going to hold my shift button, select my toolpath, right click, and apply path to text. And now go into node editing and grab that toolpath and bring her down here. And now I'm going to make those bigger. And that's actually pretty decent. Go back to node editing And that is Barry C's Soft Kitty Cafe. Yep. Alright. So, questions, comments. And would it have been easier to build it all straight than rotate it as a group? I don't know. Possibly. But what if you didn't want it all at an angle? You know? Yeah, but for that one, yeah, I guess you probably could have. So Black, he's asking, so after duplicating, control resize to get it to fit, keeping the curve control. I was trying, I tried a couple of those different control shifts, whatever. I tried to make it, because it needed to go wider as it came down, and I was trying to do control and then elongating it, not just making it all bigger. I don't know. But Clank says either duplicate the lines and set the tool before the cutout of the cross on it. Several ways to go about it. Yes, lots and lots of ways to go about it. As long as you get there, doesn't matter. And that's what he says. As long as it's the same result, or as long as the result is good, doesn't matter how you got there. Alright, so are there any questions about anything that we've talked about here? And if not, are there any other questions? So we are an hour into this, and we'll probably another 25 minutes or so. If you've got any questions about something in particular that I can address while we're here. And thank you to everyone who has thrown some little coins out there. It is greatly appreciated. I have not put that prompt up there tonight. Alright, ET's question. Any way to have one, okay, back to that question. Any way to have one laser in Lightburn set to inches and another laser set to millimeters without having to swap each time I swap the lasers? Of course you can have multiple lasers, and of course you can have multiple instances of Lightburn open. And as far as set to inches and set to millimeters, if you're talking about up here in the top, as far as if you want to change your default, I don't know that your default
Come
settings,
on.
I don't think are going to be
Go outside.
anchored to a particular laser. You could change your defaults in Lightburn where it's going to open in inches or always open in millimeters, but I don't think there's a way to anchor it to a laser when you open it up. And I really don't know why you want to do that. Don't know. I'm sure you have a valid reason for doing it. I just don't know why I would ever do it. I work in inches and millimeters on the same design. I'm constantly clogging it back and forth. But no, I don't know of a way to anchor a metric system to one laser and imperial to another laser. You can change your defaults to be one or the other, but I don't know of a way that you can do it to laser specific. Do you, Clack? And Clack says no. He says I would have to agree that the program setting is not machine specific. You can set it if you have one machine that you use primarily over the other, and you're constantly opening up and it's in the wrong one. You can go into your machine settings and change your default, and have it so that that's what always opens when you open that laser. Let's see here. Chicago, excellent tutorial. Thank you. I hope somebody learned something. In fact, you know what? That brings up a good point. I meant to tell you to do the same thing we did in the last live stream. That when you see something that you learned that you didn't know and you learned, so a lot of folks are watching right now. We got 88 people watching, and we don't have 88 people commenting because not everybody feels like they either should or could or want to, or they're just too shy even behind the keyboard. But if you just put in a 1 and an enter when you learn something, and a 2 if you learn something again, the second something new. Somebody started making fun of me on that in the last live stream, but you know what? They don't understand the analytics of YouTube, because that helps the chat rate. Like right when I was talking and showing you guys all by you putting in 1, enter, 2, enter, and it just creates chats in the live stream, YouTube recognizes that as people being active and participating, while you're actually being active and participating, but pay attention to everything. Whenever you're telling me things that you're learning, or how many things you've learned, it helps the analytics immensely. The chat rate during the live stream is important. Many things are important. That's just one of them. And also, I have not passed the hat, and I want to add one thing, and I'm going to put the banner up here, ways that you can contribute. You've always got the super thanks that several of you have done already tonight, and I greatly appreciate it. But I have Zelle and PayPal and another option that'll scroll across there. But if you guys are not financially able right now to become a patron, that's it. Become a patron on Patreon. And nobody's mentioned these back here. This is my next gift to my patrons. I just made these letters, and these are 12-inch letters that spell out love, L-O-V-E, and they can be scaled down, but I've designed them so you can make them out of 12-inch pieces, and they are solid letters. And I'm giving that file to my patrons, all patrons, gold, silver, and bronze. But I'm going to create a complete alphabet. That is going to be a lot of work. But I'm going to create a complete alphabet of this, and my gold patrons will be getting the complete 26-letter alphabet. But if you're not able to contribute when you see me weekly or every other week, or send a super thanks, a way you can help support this channel is, and I know every one of you have bought from Amazon. When you go to Amazon, instead of going to Amazon.com, just simply put in popowithwood.com/Amazon. And that's going to take you right to the same Amazon. It's not going to tell you anything about what you see or any of the prices you're going to pay. But that lets Amazon know that you went there because I asked you to, and they're going to give me 1/2 of 1/4 of a tenth of a fraction of a percent of whatever you buy, and that will help me out. So, and let's put that up here. So there are the ways that you can contribute and help keep this channel going. And where's my comment? There we go. Jack says, I just have one computer per laser. That's smart. He's got 1,500 lasers. He's got a house full of computers. Questions? Okay, ET says, I work in inches, but to get G-code to work with WeCreate, need to use millimeters. Yeah. I knew there was a valid reason. I knew you had to have a valid reason.
Oh my God.
Yeah, too shy my butt. Let's see, question mark. Good morning from Dubai. Hey, Dubai. Is there a way you can use Lightburn to control X2M1? You know what? I'm going to have to defer that question. Maybe Clack might compete. Because, guys, I have made it no secret that I am not a huge fan of the X2 product. But that's because I had a very, very bad experience with my very first laser that was absolutely horrible. And I was 4 months into my laser adventures and was about to throw in the towel completely when I was noticed by Rich, Louisiana hobby guy, for my struggles, and he actually sent me a replacement module to help me out. But we quickly got away from that, and my biggest problem and complaint with them was when I was having troubles, I could never get anybody to help me. I could never get any tech support. I could never get any answers. I could never get any support from anybody. Can't say that about these guys. These guys are Johnny on the spot, boy. Tell you what, that's one of the greatest things about this company is there. And you will not hear me get on a soapbox and brag about a product. I don't do paid endorsements. And even if I did do a paid endorsement, it's only going to be when it's a product that I really, really can get behind and understand. I was approached about doing a product endorsement, and I was looking at trying to negotiate something that we could do with Laser Maker's Realm. A lot of things came to light to endorse that product. I do not want to have anything to do with it. I don't care how much money they throw in my direction, and nothing ever came to pass. So if you hear me say, hey, this is something that I believe in, it is something that I truly use and or believe in. But I don't know about that X tool working with Lightburn, but we'll scroll down here and maybe Clack has that. I know that a lot of that is XCS proprietary. They want you, and that's the, and they're not the only ones. A lot of them are going to that where they are wanting to sell you product. They will sell you. In fact, they might even sell you a laser at a pretty low price because not only they want to sell you a laser, they want to sell you all of your supplies, and they want to sell you all of the graphics, and that's where they start making money. So, and that was a big determining factor for me when I bought my first laser. Was I did not want something that was locked to them. I did not want cloud-based. I did not want a software that was, if the internet goes down, I can't do anything. And that's what I liked about Lightburn, and the fact that X2 was Lightburn friendly, and they have an excellent marketing team. They market their machines better than anybody. But I just never had that good of luck with it. But we'll see if Clax is, if the M1 can be used. Let's see. Okay, Beauty Bubble says, I've been following along with the project file, so hopefully with the project file open, hopefully you had success and you got something nice created there. Looking for question marks. Rick says, not a question, but just comment. This is why I watch. I learn something new every time, and man, I hope so. I hope I'm not wasting your time and my time. I enjoy what I'm doing. Some of you, if you've been with me for a while, you know, I'll go off on a tangent in a minute. Before my heart attacks and my strokes, I was doing TV and movies and commercials and starting to get a little bit of local success and had some national spots, but then the strokes took me out of that wheelhouse. So now to be back in front of the camera and be in charge, I don't have to worry about being cast anymore. I don't have to worry about showing up next to Will Ferrell and talking and auditioning for him, and then they give it to this guy because his eyes are bluer than mine. And that industry is the worst because they can discriminate openly. It's like, okay, yeah, you're just not quite white enough.
Oh my God, fucking wood.
And it's okay because they need a guy with glue.
So much fucking glue in it.
Whatever. But having this and having this it's fun. I appreciate it. But it's also great that you are getting from it. We're mutually beneficial. Is there a way to engrave a name and outline with a different tool path besides offsetting the shape? Is there a way to engrave a name and outline with a different tool path besides offsetting the shape? I don't quite follow that. And this is a stroke. Let me see if I can. Is there a way to engrave a name and outline with a different tool path besides offsetting the shape? I can't, from the way I understand your question, I can't think of another way. And that would be the simplest way. So, and I'm also very lazy, guys. I'm very, very lazy. I'm going to look for the easiest way that I can do something, and doing an offset, create that second line would seem to be the easiest way. And so while I'm lazy, and if you see something you go, well, man, you just did that 10 ways too hard. It might be just because I just don't know the other way, because I am looking for the easiest way to do something. And Beauty saying that, speaking the truth about how YouTube works, and I tell you what, it's mind blowing. I learned something with YouTube practically every day too. Our Patrick on Laser with us. He's having a little bit of struggles with his channel, not getting pushed out by YouTube, and he's got great content, and he does really cool things. He's working with these fibers and making all kinds of cool projects. He's not getting pushed out there, and it's all about the analytics, about the content, about how many people are subscribing, and haven't subscribed to my channel, hobowithlid.com, hit that subscribe button down below. I haven't looked. I imagine at this point, I'm hoping that I'm now over 7,500 subscribers. So I'm knocking on the door of 10,000, but that's going to be my next big hurdle on YouTube. Let's see. Mike says he's learned 10 things tonight already. Thanks. Let's see. Yeah, right now they spell out. Yeah, because if I stack these, they go up and out of the view of the camera. Chris Gallagher is saying, ET, you can just edit $1.13 from 1 for inches or 0 for millimeters for the G code. Okay? So I don't work in G code, but if you didn't see that, ET, maybe that's something that can help you. Just change your dollar settings. $1.13 from 1 for inches and 0 for millimeters. And we got a Jeff Benedict. Hey, thank you, Jeff. I appreciate you. I really do. And wait a minute, Chris. Nope, that won't work. That will convert 1 inch to 1 millimeter. Oh, okay. Never mind. Forget that. Bad advice. Shame on you, Chris.
Stay here. Stay.
All your patrons give some parts out for Steve. Daniel, thank you. Learned a lot about text tonight. Thank you. If you Daniel, hopefully you've already watched the previous video that was not live.
Hey Jamie, are you on?
That one too. ET design in inches and swap to millimeters to export. That's Clack's advice. Well, thank you, Steve. What's this button do? It cost you $5. That's what it does. And Randy was the one making fun of it for saying 1, 2, 3, 4. What do you say? Do you have video on the lettering behind you? I may have already commented it and you didn't hear it. This is a design that I just finished that I'm going to be giving these letters to my patrons. These 4 letters spell love or of or whatever. But I'm giving that design to my patrons, and I am working on a complete alphabet, all 26 letters, to do just that with. That'll be going to my gold patrons, but I'll be selling that file on my website. And Carl says Leo and Lasermatic are #1, and I tell you they are. And I just did an upgrade. I don't know if you noticed it or not, but my exhaust is going out the side here instead of out the back. Steve Springer asked about that. Says, hey, can that be done? Leo said, yes, and he did it. And it's a really nice complete kit. You get an entire replacement panel that can be put on the left or the right side, and a
Piper stay.
panel to cover up the previous existing hole in the rear. He has an electrical extension that allows you to move the fan to the opposite side that you don't need if you put it on the right side. He included with it some nice aluminum tubing so that you can put it on the back wall to run the wiring through, so you keep your cable management, wire management up out of the way, out of everything. And he'll ship it to you, everything for less than $40. I mean, the freight alone is probably half what he's selling it for. But one of the owners said, hey, can you do this? And yes, he did it. Mike, I got myself a jump on me. Thank you, sir. I appreciate you. Bintari says, I don't have an M1, but I think you can only export G-code from Lightburn and import it into the XCS file. And that's a way I see a lot of the guys are doing on those proprietary software. XCS, I think Recreate and a few others, you can create in Lightburn and then once you create it, you export it out of Blackburn as the G code, and then you can upload it into that other software. Yes, Jack, I don't want to have anything to do with cloud-based stuff. George says 6.3. He didn't quite learn 7 things, but he learned 6.3 things. And Rick, thank you very much. Let's see, I was just able to put my atom stack in millimeters in one window and put my MK2 in inches in another window. Yeah, you can. If you have multiple instances of Lightburn open, you can set them up. But I think what he was asking was, is there a way that you can save it so that, at least I think. But you can have as many instances of Lightburn in different windows open and have all of them at different settings, because they're independent from each other. But you cannot assign metric settings to this laser and imperial settings to that laser. Did you paint Tweety Bird? Yes, Brandon, I did. And that's something else. That's the, in fact, the fact that you're with me, that's one of my phone stands. And I got that one and painted it. I know you and Steve have got some acrylic pens that you guys really like, but these are the ones I use, and I've got those on my website, hobowithwood.com, and then in the supplies page. But Tweety was hand painted with those markers, and then finish of the triple coat from Rust-Oleum triple thick glaze, and man, that's a super slick finish. That's a nice finish. Those paint pens do a really good job. I use the same Baltic birch you do, and just ordered 2 more boxes before this live stream. From now on, I will go through Hobo. Thank you. In fact, I've actually got a link directly for that, Richard. It's actually hobowithwood.com/premium Baltic birch. That'll take you straight through Fowler's pack of 45, and I got to order 2 more boxes of that because I went through a ton making those and making Christmas presents. I hope a few of you had a chance to take advantage of that file I gave away for the You Make My Heart Sing. That was extremely popular at Christmas.
Jamie.
And that design is going to be popular for
Jamie.
too, because it's the hearts and the musical notes on there are hearts, so it's going to work 2 different holidays back to back. Let's see. Brandon, we talked about that. Well, Terry said you're not wasting anyone's time, that's for sure. Well, I got 92 folks hanging out on a Saturday night all over the world watching this redneck who's still figuring things out. I consider myself extremely fortunate and blessed that I do have the following that I've got. So I thank you for being here, each and every one of you. Because even if you aren't able to, in fact, I'm going to turn that off. Where's banners? Turn that off. Even if you're not able to support the channel or support me in any way right now, just you being here is support. It's not support enough because I got a big power bill, but it's support that is greatly appreciated. It will help those analytics. And Brandon says that I agree. Patrick does some really cool stuff. He went live the other day just out of the clear blue. I was in here working as Patrick's live. I watched him engrave Max in. That was really cool. Eric says just made a logo while watching alone. That's cool. Mentioning rivals to YouTube will push you down the list. Mentioning rivals. I don't know any rivals. Patrick's not a rival. I like. But as far as competitors, yeah, I'm not worried about. And honestly, I am who I am. I'm going to be who I am, regardless if it's pro analytics or not. I do worry about those, but I'm not going to be me to benefit the channel. I'm gonna be me, you know. I don't know if I mentioned it, but thank you, Cal. You greatly appreciated. Question: best stores to purchase supplies in bulk, like basswood and slate coasters and so on. Jesse, I don't use basswood. The only wood that I work with is the premium Baltic birch that you see there. It's 3mm, and I've gone to the Lowe's and I've purchased some stuff there off the shelf. And when I want to do some rough mock-ups of stuff, but even when I'm mocking stuff up, if, like those are all held together right now on complete friction fits. There's no glue in those boxes or those letters at all. And it's because the wood is so perfect. It's premium, it's not full of voids, and the cuts are always going to be nice, clean, precise. It costs me a little bit more money doing it that way, but I'm designing files that I want to sell. And I don't want to have problems with those files because I designed them and put them together and they work, but they work with the junk wood. And so I only work with homowithwood.com/premium Baltic birch. It's by Freiler. You can buy 45 sheets at a time, and they come 12 by 12 sheets, 3mm thick on average. Some of them are 2.8, some of them are 3.1. And as far as bulk coasters and stuff like that, this is my job. I don't do a lot of production because I don't have time. The time I spend figuring out what the next video is going to be about and figuring out the best way to accomplish those things, I don't have time to do a lot of other stuff. I am in the process of putting together a very, very special order for a very special somebody, for a very special I'm not trying to pull a clack on you here, but I don't like to name drop, and I don't want to jinx anything either. Not that I believe in jinxing, but I'm looking at engraving a whole bunch of flasks that, but I'm actually not going to do the metal engraved flask or the stainless steel. I'm looking at getting the glass flask with the leather sleeves, and God knows that's going to stink. But I'm going to laser engrave the leather pouches that the flasks go in, and it's going to be for a very special moonshine, for a very special person. And I hope that once I do, I'm sourcing that now, and I'm tried talking to them, and they've got everything. They've got slate coasters. They've got, and if I can make that come to pass, then I'll probably be endorsing them to put them in the channel. But they're out of Texas. They're not coming out of China. Now, they might get some of their product out of China, but they're shipping local here in the U.S. And that's important to me too, because when I want something, I want it in a day or two. I don't want it on a slow boat. So right now, I don't have a store that I can say, hey, this is a great place, but I might very soon. And I'm crossing my fingers that these flasks come to pass, because if I get that to happen, I might even ask him to pop on the channel and say hey to everybody. That'd be cool. Chris says I can see mistakes just like you. I can see mistakes just like you. Yeah, I thought you'd seen mistakes I made again. Thanks for mentioning the sidings off. Unfortunately, they're out of stock. Yeah, they are out of stock right now, and I made a video about that, and I'm probably going to drop it soon. I'm waiting for Leo to say, yeah, okay, let's do that. And you got to think about it, Richard. It's he's not mass producing these things. He's making them in batches, and they're selling out almost as fast as he can make them. But let's just say he made 100 of them, which we know may more than that. But if he made 100 of them, only 30% might even want one of those kits. And so you don't make a kit for all of them. You're sold, manufactured, and so he makes up small batches of these, and when they sell out, there's still demand. We'll make some more. There is another batch of those coming up to be available. What I'd love to see is if he was to have the ability to order it and put it on back order. That, to me, as a manufacturer, it would be good, because if they're ordered and paid for and on back order, it shows the demand, and whenever I tool up to make a batch, for sale. But he's not a dumb man. The man is very smart, and it blows my mind when I open the box. I'm like, what's this for? And I got to look and it's like, oh, it's got adhesive. You pull it off, you can get the wire through there, and you stick it on the back. And that's if you want to run the fan all the way over the other side. That way that wire's not just hanging down in there. I mean, he thought of everything when he put that kit together. Says, I asked Leo, he said he will let me know when it's available. Yep. And if you have a Rolly Lasermatic and you're not a member of the Rolly Automation Facebook group, the official Facebook group, sign up, join that Facebook group if you're on Facebook, because that's where I first seen this, and I ordered it right then as soon as I got it, and I bought it and paid for it. You know, Leo didn't send that to me for free. I bought it and paid for it, and I was happy to. At what was it, $37? I was happy to pay that for it. You can't go buy this rated acrylic for that. Randy's asking how to be one patron. Go to patreon.com.
Jamie.
Hobo with Wood. In fact, I'll put that banner back up there for right now.
Jamie.
Scrolling across the bottom right there. Patreon.com/Hobo with Wood. And you can become a patron there, and there are 3 different levels that I do ask for patron support. The gold, silver, bronze, 3, 9, and 20. Of course, the 20 is going to be what I'd love to see everybody's a gold patron, but I'm appreciative of every patron I have. And what you get
I need something to hang these with. You said you had
gold patrons
a bunch of curtain hooks.
100% off of every file, digital file I have available in HoboWithWood.com. Silver gets 80% off, and bronze gets 60% off.
Now where's that? There.
In addition to signing up now, if you go to Patreon and sign up now, I've been on Patreon now for a year. And if you sign up as any tier, you can scroll back and see all of the posts I've done on Patreon for the past year. And I've shared lots of files with my patrons that I haven't shared with anyone else that you can still download for free. So even if you only signed up as a bronze level patron,
Jamie, you mean my curtain hooks that I use? You said you had tons of curtain hooks if I needed them.
But the reason I think that the gold is the better advantage,
you lied to me.
Better investment is because, like I said, I'm going to give this file for love to all patrons. But the 26-letter alphabet, that's going to be only to gold. When I have a design that has multiple variations, I'll give one variation to all of them, the second and the first one and second maybe to silver, and then 3 variations to gold.
So you lied to me.
But the gold tends to get more files than anybody else, obviously. Thank you. You know what? And I'm not even going to try and pronounce your name because I will probably butcher it, but I'm going to try it. It's Annual, is the H silent? Annual, like Spanish? But thank you. And the AED, I don't know what that equivalent is, but I tell you the funny, I woke up one morning, and one of the first things I do when I wake up is I look at YouTube and for comments and anything that I have, and my patrons' questions, anybody has anything that come up while I was asleep. Got a notification that someone like this, they donated 100 something. So I was like, wow. And then I started Googling and looking at the conversion rate of what it was, and it was, a $5 donation, which was greatly appreciated. But I got my hopes bent out of shape whenever I was at 100 something. I'm like, what? Okay. And I got more questions. I'll stay with you guys as long as you stay here with me. We still got 93 people watching, and we're not even talking about designs anymore. We're just talking. And answer questions, and I'll do my best I can. Jesse's asking, when you use apply text to path, is there a way to control where the text starts along the path? Yes.
What do you think
yes,
about
yes,
this?
You can. You absolutely can. And that's using those alignment tools. Whenever, in fact, let's jump over to Lightroom. Switch. So we're going to align text to path. We're going to select all of this, and we're going to all that work. Just say delete, goodbye, and we're going to put some text on here. Text to text to path. And
Yeah, no.
deselect and draw a line, straight line, and put it out here. And I obviously made that much longer than the text so that you can see this. But if I select that text and I come up here, align Y, right now it says middle. So if I hold my shift button and select that line and tell it to apply text to path, it put it in the middle of that line, and it also put it in the middle there because a line X and Y are both
Jetsville.
middle.
Why the fuck are you out there?
But if I need that text to be, and we're gonna undo Control Z. It's still, I did not go back far enough. There we go. If I change that to align top, that's gonna put it on the underneath the line, put the line on top. But I'm gonna change my line X to left.
Undo.
And now hold my shift button and apply path to text. It put it over here with the line being on top of the text and aligning it to the left. And if I select that and just change alignment right, it's going to put it over there on that side of the path. And if you go back, and this will be for Lori, go back over here to node editing, and that's aligned over there to the left side. You can still make the text bend and do whatever you want it to do, even though it's aligned over there. And you can simply change your alignment again, change it to the middle, change it to the left, and put the line on bottom, put it back in the middle. So yeah, and then as you said, if you're like, okay, well, yeah, I want it over there, but that's too far left. Well, then
I had to drop off Sarah at her mom's.
and just put you a space or two in there to put it where you want.
Okay.
So, Jesse, I hope that answered that for you. Hopefully that was helpful. Hopefully that works.
Where is?
Alright.
It's gonna be a pain, man.
What type of deck do you use when you stream? Deck. Well, I just purchased, as far as my switcher for my videos, I just got the Build World L4 multi-format video mixer. This is only my third time using it, so I'm still fumbling with it and hesitating, but it does some really cool stuff. And I've got multiple camera angles that I can use with it, and different ways that you can zoom in and out or do your transitions. It's a fun toy. But I just got it before, and I got it because Patrick and Rich were making me look bad on Laser Maker's Realm, because they were always having all these multiple cameras and cool transitions, and I was just over here going, I got a laser back there. Yeah, that's what I got. So I had to keep up with the Joneses and got the Build World L4. Tony, thank you. I greatly appreciate your support. And guys, I don't, I have mentioned it in other videos, and I've done it a couple times this week. For my patrons, if they have problems or questions with files, I don't care if it's my file or a file they bought from anywhere else, they are welcome to send me that file and let me look at it and see what's going on with it and see if I can't help them. But whether you're a patron or not, you're welcome to do the same thing. My email is hobowithwood@gmail.com, and only because I've only got that one banner, so I'll put that back up there so that's scrolling because the email's in there too somewhere.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure it is. But hobowithwood@gmail.com is my email. If you find you have a problem or something that's kicking your butt and you're like, oh, I'm having to look at it, and the reason I'm making that offer to everybody is it's a little bit selfish too. Because when I get to see files that you guys have purchased from Etsy or anywhere else that was created in Adobe Illustrator or in some other type of software that you've now imported into Lightroom and you're struggling with it, I can see the problems, and so the next time somebody has a problem, I'm like, oh yeah, you know what? I've seen that before, and this is what you got to do. And if it's a file that was created in Lightburn and I can help resolve that issue, I can see what somebody else has done wrong and help. And I will go so far as when it's necessary or you are available, I'll even do this right here with you only. You'll come into Hobo's World and you and I will chat, real time live, and I'll share with you what I've got going on. I've done that a few times this week, and because this is my job, this is what I do. So I'm dependent on generating revenue any way I can. Let's see here. And William says they're going to try that wood. I tell you, it's going to hurt your feelings because that is the best wood I've used.
Good girl, Piper.
Father's Day
Good girl.
Year will be 2 years I've been working, and this is all I've used for practically a year now. Hammer somewhere. I don't know where it's at. It must be somewhere over on the assembly table. And Ed, I'm guessing you must have had to check out. I appreciate you being here. And yes, this is now an hour 45. I was only looking at maybe 90 minutes, but we'll stay here as long as you guys are asking questions. I still got 89 people. It's just crazy. 89 people watching this dumb redneck. Let's see. Old Guy Designs. Thank you. Thank you very much. Actually, the birch is cheaper by the sheet than basswood at this point, even with the freight. Yeah. I tell you, and I've, like I said, I've been using that for over a year, and if you don't know this already, your environmental situation is going to affect your wood if you're in a situation where you don't have it climate controlled and it's some humidity and it's constantly changing, your wood's going to be warping and all that. I have not received a box from Kryler yet, but when I talked with them, he was actually going to be shrink wrapping those boxes of 45 so that once they leave his warehouse and they're on a container going across the the Pacific and then being trucked from one warehouse to another, back all those different fluctuations in temperatures could cause adverse problems with the wood. So he was looking at vacuum sealing those packs of wood to prevent that from happening. But even before we started doing that, and then the entire year I was buying his wood, I only had one box come into me that was warpy chalk. Only one. And I go through probably 2 boxes a month. Beauty Bubble. I love that name, Beauty Bubble. All the clues make me so happy. Well, I'm happy that you're happy. Jack, I tell you, I just got an email confirmation that they're packing and shipping it, and I will have to sign for it because it's not something that you can go pick up here local. I've got 2 flavors coming, and one's just straight, and I forget the proof on it. It's pretty potent. And the other one is an apple pie flavored moonshine, and it's not as potent because of its flavoring and all that stuff they've done to it to give it its flavors. I don't drink like I used to. I used to enjoy a real good margarita every day. But since my strokes, I can't partake like I used to. I've heard all my life alcohol is a depressant. It never depressed me. But now that I've had my strokes, man, I get a little buzz going on. I become Droopy the dog. I'm not the funniest person to be around. So I don't drink like I used to, but I bought this because it was the quickest and easiest way for me to get the graphics. I need the labels off the bottle. In fact, yeah, I'll hit you up when it gets here, and we can come sample, and I may end up just giving you the bottles minus the labels. I need the labels to create the graphics. That's all I want. Well, thank you, Gavin. From one redneck to another, I sent my thanks through Zelle. Always learn something from your streams. Guys, I appreciate it. And I've heard my phone, I've got my phone on silence, but it's on vibrate. And I've heard it vibrate several times while we've been here. So I suspect there have been quite a few of you that have sent something through Zelle. That's my bank alert. And I appreciate it. With Zelle, I get that instantly, and I get 100% of your donation. Google is, even your super things are greatly appreciated, but I won't see them until January sometime. Yeah, January, end of January. But I'll get them. Some of it. Is the site available? No, not for the MK1. He's only done it for the MK2. And I don't know that there would be enough of a demand for it. But as I was talking to Rich about it, Louisiana Hobby Guys, it wouldn't be that hard to do it yourself. Just a whole saw, and yeah, you could do it. You could relocate it really easily if you had a whole saw, a large 4-inch hole saw, which those aren't cheap. Those would cost you more probably than the kit cost if it was available. If not, you can do it yourself. It's not that tough. If you're going to move it to the right side. If you're going to move it to the left side, then you would have a problem because your electrical's not going to be long enough. The right side, you've got an excess, and it's all outside, so it's not a problem. Okay. Randy says gold it is. Well, Randy, if you signed up for Patreon and become a gold patron tonight, thank you. I just signed up for Patreon. That will be good for 12 months. I just signed up for Patreon. Will that be good for 12 months or have to be renewed on January? No, it's actually the way I just had to learn this the other day. If you sign up for annual, it's good for your anniversary date. So if you signed up on 12/30 for 1 year, it'll be good until 12/30/2024. If you sign up on 12/15, your anniversary date's 12/15, and if you sign up and only do a 30-day billing cycle, you'll be billed the 15th of every month. They don't have your billing date is your sign up date. And if you do 30-day commitment, then you'll be billed every 30 days on the day you signed up. So you'll sign up on the 10th, you'll be billed every 10th. And if you sign up on the 10th and you cancel on the 20th, your ability to log in will still be good until the end of your 30 days. 27.23. Okay, George. 999. I don't know what that means. Okay, Jesse's got some clarification. I wasn't clear. Align a line of text to an ellipse and control where on the side of the text it is. I'm curious about something. I'm curious. Change that. And we're going to select that, delete it, and put that on toolpath. Text. Checking alignment. Find a path. Now, is that what you're talking about? So that was, if that's what you're talking about, that was pretty simple. Create your text, and if you want this to be, like I drew out a circle there, but we'll make it elliptical, so it's not a circle. But select that, hold your shift button, select that, apply path to text, that just put it upside down, but then using your rotate tool, okay, now that's going to rotate the whole ellipse, it's not rotating it on the ellipse. So maybe that's what you're talking about. Now can you, because that was a circle a minute ago, it looked like you were moving it, sliding it around the ellipse. That's locked there. Yeah, actually, you know what? And I'll guarantee you, I know what happened there. This, if we look at this right here, I've got my alignment set to the left and middle. So the Y alignment is middle, and that's why it's in the ellipse is to the middle of the text. But there I've got it aligned left, and if I turn on the nodes for that, and I'll have to convert to a path to see the nodes. But I'll guarantee you, when I turn on the nodes or convert that to a path, the origin of that ellipse is going to be right there at that C. So it's aligning it left at the origin. And so let's convert that tools, edit, convert to a path, and then show the nodes, and there it is. There's your green origin. So there, the alignment is putting it at the origin of that ellipse. So the only way I can see that you're going to move that around there is then come back here to your text tool and just start using spaces to move it around the ellipse. And I just went all the way back around. So there, you can do it that way. However you want to move, you can position the text that way. Does that accomplish what you were wanting to do? Yep, oh look at that. See, Slack's been doing this longer than I have. On circles, it uses the origin as its starting point. So, yep, there we go. And I figured that out. What about aligning start point text? What about aligning start point text on the circle path? I think that's what we were just talking about there. Oh wow, Chris says you need to go into node edit and move the start point. Can you move the origin? Let's go back over here and select just that circle, go into node editing. Now I put a bunch of spaces in here, so that's why it's not at the origin right now. But he's saying you can move the origin. That's gonna, but it's also gonna change, it's not moving the node itself. I mean, it's not sliding the node. You're moving the node, but it's also deforming the ellipse. So, yeah, I don't know that you can actually, you can't slide the node, at least I don't see you doing that. But I think for me, and because I'm simple-minded and lazy, the easiest way to move that text on that ellipse is using the space bar to move it wherever I wanted it to be. I don't know how that was going to affect the rest of the project, but for that toolpath, that positioning, I think that would be the simplest thing for me. Okay, and he says you pronounce it like Daniel, but with an H. And he's done the conversion for me. He says that that's about $27. Daniel, thank you. Thanks for all you have been doing. I love watching your tutorials. Well, I love you watching. Thank you very much for your support. Let's see. laser do you have? Do you have a license?
Not
for
working where my headphones are
fibers?
is killing me.
I can't remember if there was a different license I had to get from a CO2.
Well, that sucks.
But if you're working with the diode, I think it's one of the least expensive options. But you want to make sure you're getting the license for the diode. It's been almost 2 years since I downloaded mine. I don't remember. But Lightroom.com and just make sure you're getting a license for your type of laser. And one license I think will allow you to do. I think initially it was 3 lasers you could have on it, or I'm sorry, you could put it on 3 different computers. But I think now they've upped it to where you can, if you've got one license, you can actually put that one license, I think, on up to 5 computers now. And it's cheap. God, it's cheap. Compared to other software out there. Zig, thank you. Thank you very much. Chris says Rich probably stole hammer. He didn't steal mine. And I like mine. Where I got it, and I did it. I got 2. I got one little bitty one that I use, and that's called. I got Woody Woodpecker on there, and if you didn't watch the episode where we did the powder coating, I used the powder coat in 3 different colors. I did red, blue, and black powder coat, and powder coated the hammer. So that, and Woody Woodpecker is the red crown and the blue and then the black words, but that's Woody Woodpecker and that's my little pecker, little bitty hammer. Jesse said just purchase that. Thank you, Jesse. I appreciate it if you use my use my link and I appreciate it. Brandon's asking, so what's your next laser going to be? A fiber? I want a fiber, but I don't have the means to go buy a fiber. And nobody's reached out to me and said, hey, here's you a fiber. You want to do a fiber? Here's. And I've been trying to get a 3D printer. I was actually told I was going to get a 3D printer and it never came to fruition. I've been trying to get, but one of the lessons I learned when I bought my first laser, and this goes to anybody out there who maybe you haven't bought a laser or you're thinking about buying a second laser. I've got a lot of these open gantry lasers laying around here. I've got the Creality Falcon 2 over here. I like that machine. I like it a lot. It was my first 20, that's actually I think a 22 watt laser. And I had that one before I got this 20 watt laser. And I really like it. And the open gantry lasers have a place. There is a place for them. I don't have that one in an enclosure. I've got the Congo Z1, another open gantry. I do have an enclosure for it. But as far as my next one, it'll be hard pressed for me to. I'm actually anxious to see what they have next. What's coming down the pipe? I don't know. I would like to have a fiber, but that's a big learning curve again. I mean, because listening to Patrick talk about having to change all these different frequencies and different pulses and and it's a unique animal. And so is the 3D printer, all the different things you got to learn. But that's why I think that these guys are kind of foolish not to say, hey, you know what? You want one? So we'll send you one. But I'm not going to get. I don't want one just to get one. And what I started saying is I learned buy once, try once. When I was trying to get one of the Creality, the Max, the big Creality 3D printer, and Rich was like, man, you don't need a Max. And I'm like, well, yeah, that's kind of what I want, and I don't want to learn on a toy and have limitations of a toy, and then have to turn around and buy something else. If you are looking to buy a laser, this is probably, in my opinion, the best thing out there if you're looking for a laser in an enclosure. If you need to be doing large pieces, I don't want to be taking the bottom out of this thing and trying to move it around and engrave through the bottom and do pre-cut stuff and light burn because of how heavy it is. It is a big piece of equipment, and that's what my open gantry is for. I need to do, and I've got a job coming up that I'll be taking remotely to a job site and be able to just sit set the gantry right down, the open laser right down on it, and do several different jobs on this backsplash. I wouldn't be able to do it with this. That's why I said there's a place for it. But buy once, cry once. If you buy one of those $3.99 lasers, it's going to be a $3.99 laser that comes with no honeycomb, comes with no air assist, comes with no rotary, it comes with no enclosure, comes with nothing. And by the time you add all that stuff up and you buy all of it, you're going to want to, because you don't know what you want to do. You'll end up spending the money for one of these before it's over said and done with. So, and if you're thinking about this and you're like, well, I don't know if I want the rotary or not. Well, don't get it with the rotary. The chuck rotary is an option. Don't get it with any rotary. Get just the laser. And then if you decide you want to get the rotary afterwards, I think it's only like another $10 or $20 more than it would have been if you had bought it with it originally. So you can save the $200 or whatever it is for the rotary up front if you don't know that you're even going to be using it. But hoboWithwood.com/Rolly, ROLY, is the link to go check out the Rolly Lasermatic and the Rolly automation stuff. hoboWithwood.com/Rolly, ROLY. So that was my timer. Bob says, I don't drink anymore. I don't drink any less either. John's checked out. I'm hoping he's going to bed. He says he's got to hit the bed. I don't know what I'm hoping he's hitting the bed and nothing else. Alright, looking for question marks. Jesse says, yes, you got it. It is possible to change where you start point. Green dot is yes. Is it possible to change the start point? And I think you just seen that I tried it. Yes, we tried it. Thanks for the suggestion, I think from Chris. And if there's a way to do it, I didn't see how to do it. I think he's already started on down here. Great. We're getting there.
Fucking glue, man.
Let's see now I've seen everything Steve put text on lips and moved it around. Alright, Chris says click create on a node and set it as start. Set as start. Click create a node, click or create a node and set as start. Nodes. So I'm gonna insert a node here. Insert. And now how do you set a start? Click on node. I'm trying to right click. That don't do anything. Clicking on the node's not allowing me to give it. So you'll have to tell us, Chris, how do I now make that the origin for that to be the beginning point? I don't know, right? Mike says, what he says, add a node and assign it as the origin. Easier just to use spaces. Yeah. How do you reassign? I know how to add the node. We just did that. How do you make that the new origin? Night all. Yeah, Jack. I'm still waiting on Bill Mage. That's going to be another learning curve. I've got a CNC sitting there collecting dust, and not the right kind of dust, not sawdust. I've been waiting on Mill Mage. If you want a 3D printer, I have an Ender 3 I don't use. I'm not familiar with that one. I thank you for the offer. Have a CO2 about release. Yeah, I'm so far behind on some of these comments and questions. These partial questions I don't understand. I'm sorry. My brain short circuits after about 30 seconds. Alright, Chris. Text will move around a triangle once converted to a path. Looks weird on corners though, yes. Yeah. Well, you can once you convert it to a path, you can move it around any shape. Yeah, nothing beats the bamboo. Yeah, I would like to have a bamboo, but I thought that since I don't even have 10,000 subscribers yet, for me to reach out to Bamboo and say, hey, will you send me a Bamboo 3D printer? I'll be, wishing upon a wish. But Creality's been after me to do, in fact, they've even offered us, we'll send you a Falcon 2 if you'll review the Falcon 2. And I'm like, well, I already got a Falcon 2, and I really do like it. So if I was to do a review on it, it would be a positive one, but I don't need you to send me another printer or another laser. Send me a printer instead, and then I'll do you a review on the Creality Falcon 2 I already have and your 3D printer, so we'll be getting 2 videos for one, plus all the follow-up videos after. I thought that was a no-brainer, but no. That didn't work. They not interested. Alright, this is a long question. I just want to engrave ceramic coaster tiles quickly. And my 9-watt takes, 9-watt's gonna be a little slow, which is way too long. What laser would you recommend? I want to make a nice tile engraving in like 15 minutes each. Well, in my early days, I did some of the Norton white tile method, and I experimented with a bunch of different tile methods, and the reason that I quit doing it is because of how messy everything was to do it, to generate. And I've seen that you paint them black, and then you paint them white, and you remove part of the. But it's a long, drawn-out process, depending on what type of finish you want to get with them. So I quit doing it, and also, I think that was part of my problem with the reason I was struggling so much with my first laser. And even though I was cleaning it daily, the fact that I was using all of these different additives on top of these tiles, I was using the white spray paint, I was using zinc, I was using all kinds of different things. Those fumes and that were being emitted from that, I think were compounding the problem and cracking those lenses. I don't know that, speculate that. So be careful if you're doing that, and make sure you're cleaning your machine frequently, more than once a day. But as far as doing it faster, yeah, a more powerful machine than the 9-watt is definitely a step up. You've heard what I said, that this is the machine of choice as far as I'm concerned, and this one is all enclosed with a very good exhaust system. If you're going to be doing that like tile method, and then you're going to have fumes from that, you want it to be an enclosure. HoboWithWood.com/Lowly. Go check those out, and that would be what I would look for. Click B on node. Okay. Now, click B on node is going to break it. Does that change the start point? So I hover over the node and hit B. That. Okay. It breaks it, but it also just changed that's no longer the origin. Okay, alright. So did you follow that? I do like the idea of using the spaces instead of doing the break, because now you have actually broken that shape. It's now, I just reattached it. Wait a minute, did that break it and then reattach it? It sure did, and it's still the origin? Okay, alright guys, did you follow that? So, let's delete this. Delete all of that. But I just learned something, and if I just learned something, I'll share it with you. Guys, we've been here for 2 hours. Holy smoke. Alright, go to circle. Draw out the circle. Put it on toolpath, or we're going to put it on line mode, rather. Line. Going to convert it. Don't want that. Edit. Gotta select it first. Convert it to a path. We got nodes. Alright, now. So, there's my start point. So if I put text on it, it's going to go to that origin. It's going to go to, that's the origin of that shape. And if I want my origin to be over here, I'm gonna come over here and I'm gonna hit the letter I to insert a node. And then I'm gonna hit the letter B, and that initially breaks it, but if you also notice, that is no longer the origin, that's the origin, but I hit B once just now, and it's broke, so I can move that around. But if I move it right back into where it was at to begin with, and reattach it, it's now one piece again, and that's also now the origin. Now that is cool. I just learned that. Thank you, Black. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That's something new. So, hey, we all just learned something new together, except for Black. He already knew it. Alright, facepalm moment. Click one button when I was in Vectric, not Lightburn, for creating start point and node edit. Alright, I use color tiles, no paint, so it's just laser right on the tile. Yeah, and I think Rich did some of that in one of the videos where he's using the fiber. He got different colors from the color tile. Yeah, and just more power, faster laser, more power will allow you to do it faster. Which laser is that behind you? It's the Lasermatic MK2, and I don't know if it's available right now. They've got the MK2, the MK3. The MK1 was obviously the first one, the Lasermatic 10 watt. This one is switchable from 10 watt to 20 watt. They have a switchable 10 watt to 30 watt. I think Clack has the MK3. I think he has the 30 watt. But hobowithwood.com/Rolly, ROLY, will get you to that Rolly automation page, and you can check that out and see what's available. It's a cool line, no issue if it's open. Yeah, except if it got moved and bumped, it's going to distort that shape, and then that could eventually, slightly, depending on where that, especially if it's the start point, and it got inadvertently moved, then you would move where your letters would be at. Wouldn't make a difference because it's not going to engrave anything. You could change the alignment of stuff. But there, that just reattached it, and it's still the new origin. So that's cool. And he says he uses the top node to use center align. Yeah, if you're going to do center align, top node center done. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, he's confirming that he's gotten the 30 watt. And you know, I don't get my feelings hurt easy, and I've got the 20 watt, and it does fine. You got sent out the 30 watt because that was what was available, and I'm glad that you got it. I'd love to see you do more with it. And I really want to hear of how you're using that when you go out in your mobile flag shack. Because any of you guys that are doing craft shows and events, that's what this thing was. I mean, it wasn't built for it, but it is perfect for it. Because it's fully enclosed, it's got all of the protective you need to it, so you ain't got to worry about some kid walking up and going, I want to get a thing. You know, everything's rated and protected. You can use it in an open environment as long as you got good ventilation. You wouldn't want to do it indoors without good ventilation. But you've got 30 watt, Rich has got 30 watt, Rich got 30 watt, I got 20 watt. But you know, the 20 watt does everything I want it to.
This will be red. That'll be red.
You know, Steve, you know, I got through so many hurdles with my first laser because of his knowledge of both Lightburn and that X-Tool D1, that if it wasn't for the knowledge I gleaned from him and from Rich stepping up and helping me out with my replacement module, I'd have quit 3 months into this whole ordeal. So I wouldn't say, but you spend more time with him. He might be annoying. And I think that's a battle between Steve and Dave as far as who gets the cool toys. Boy, if you're still here with 2 hours, I did a lot of, I was 90 minutes. You know what? I don't even remember how you do this. Booty booty. Alright. If you want to hang around for 2 seconds while I Google this, because there is a giveaway link to the
Piper!
and for all y'all who hung around this long, I'll figure out how to do this giveaway.
Piper, here!
And we'll give away this cutting board I just did. Go here.
Now.
Go here. It's the StreamYard giveaway.
Stay!
We do it in Laser Maker's round, but
Lay
I've
down.
never done it.
Lay down.
Stay.
Stay.
Alright, create a broadcast. We're doing that. Y'all here? Yep, y'all here. So we're doing a broadcast. Engage your audience. Are y'all engaged?
Stay.
Open a new tab. Open the StreamYard giveaway page. Choose your team. I don't know. Okay, the team stream. Alright, so we're gonna open this. Choose a live stream. Create a custom logo. And now I gotta pick a text. Alright, so the word to enter if you want this, and I went in and fixed all of the typos. So this is the one that's still with errors. So this is about a 16-inch cutting board, and it's got the world's best oatmeal cookies on it. And I promise, this is some of the best oatmeal cookies you'll ever put in your mouth. The magic word is cookie. If you want that cutting board, now for all you guys who are still with me and you're all over the U.S. and Australia, or all over the world, Australia and I just went mind blank on where Daniel was at. I can only ship in the U.S. I can't afford to ship anywhere out international. So put in the word cookie, and all you got to do is one time. And we got 33 entries so far. If you're in the U.S., continental U.S., that's all I can afford to ship out. We'll do this drawing here in a few minutes, and I'll give you time to get that set up, and I'm going to pull this off the laser. Where's the brush? There it is. And I don't know if you guys are aware of this or not, but with the bamboo you get some irregular burns sometimes. And what I found works for me for getting these to really look good is I got me a fancy $high-dollar brush. And I will actually aggressively brush that. I'll go at it hard. And because what I found is it's soot. It burns that, because this is not wood, you know that, right? Bamboo's a grass. And it'll burn that grass, but it will stay fixed to it. So if you go at it really aggressively, it'll get all that looseness off there, and it'll actually darken up. See how much darker best is compared to that? Alright, so we got 47 entries, and we're ready to draw. Alright, let's see, well, actually you want, yeah, Chris says you can't afford to post it to me, and you're right, Chris. You know what though, if I could, I'd hand deliver it. I don't know if I'd leave. They probably wouldn't let me in the country because they know I wouldn't leave. Alright, we're ready to draw. Here we go. Let's see. I've never done this before, so I don't know if I hit this draw button, is it going to automatically pop up on here? We're getting ready to find out. And draw. I don't know if y'all are seeing this or not, but the winner is VT Maker hobowithwood@gmail.com.
Bye.
hobowithwood@gmail.com. Send me your shipping information. I will get this in the postage and get it out to you. What's tomorrow? What day is this? Today's Saturday, tomorrow's Sunday, so it'll go up and then you got New Year's. So if I don't go out on Tuesday because it's a holiday, probably will get it out the next day. We just got bad timing. Alright, so everybody's still here. Tomorrow we will be live on Laser Maker's Room at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. Laser Maker's Room, me, Rich, and Patrick, 4 p.m. Eastern Time, and we'll be doing our year-end wrap-up. And it's also our first
radar sites open at the moment. We'll be moving through all of them. Just make sure we stay on top of coverage as fast as we did yesterday, which was some of the few things. So
I think I have, thank you, Andy. I think I have the result thing figured out. Here we go. All right, Nick, we're live on YouTube. You're close to our tornado warning that we're watching right now. Just whenever you get a chance, tell us what you've seen, if anything. Thank you.
Welcome to Round TV. I'm Larry.
I'm Joe.
And we are, hey,
And there's Tom.
Yeah, there. Guess what?
Hey, guess what, guys?
Downs Golf is back.
It's back.
I'm pretty excited about it. There's a T right there.
You use that one?
Yeah, why not?
Yeah, why not?
Hitching a trailer used to be a two-person job. With F-150, it's a one-button job.
Skip.
Yeah, why not? Unless it's broken.
I don't know.
But anyway, yeah.
God, I can't wait till fucking Amazon gets here.
Yeah. I mean, you go first. We thought Kevin was going to come out. By the time he gets here,
Fucking raining again.
We're going to go ahead and start. And if he comes out, then well, no, because we got to go pick him up. So if he...
Where's the Honda?
It's over there. Right around the corner. One big ring. All right.
Oh, sorry. I'm pretty excited.
Tom, pick a number between 1 and you said what you call.
it's going to be, got it.
Between what though? 1 and what?
1 and 50.
1 and 50.
I'm saying 17.
I'll say 38.
That's closer.
What was it?
33.
Alright, so I'll go first. Doesn't mean it's going to help you.
No. It's actually going to benefit me. It's really windy out there, guys.
Is that your club?
Yeah, it's mine.
Can I see? You using a 9-iron?
But why? Does it matter?
No, I don't care what you use. I'm using a pitcher.
I was using a 6. Hold on, let me help out. I check.
I haven't said anything. I don't know if I told them already about my shoulder. Did I, Tom?
I think you meant to. I don't remember if you did.
Yeah, guys, so I went to the specialist yesterday, and I don't have to have surgery on my shoulder, thank God. I have 2 tears in my rotator cuff, but I'm going to manage it between hot compresses, physical therapy, and ibuprofen. It still hurts, but I'm going to try not to really swing that hard today. We'll see how that works. Can't imagine what would happen to it.
Yeah.
Behind that foot.
Wait, where's the hook go? Where's the size go?
Hook goes to the left, slice goes to the right. Yeah, I hooked it.
I nailed it doing the commentary, let's be honest.
I didn't even know there was a difference.
An 8-iron, because I don't have a 9. Pitch weight, what did you use?
I use pitch weight.
Yeah.
I'd let you use mine, but you're banned.
What do you mean banned? Banned from my golf?
Banned from using my name, touching my club. Period.
I get it.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
I can't. I hit my tee. I don't even know where it went. My tee must have flew out somewhere. I know. It's been a long winter, guys. We're not all in golf shape right now. Joe, come on, man. Dude, as soon as you bend over, it comes out. dominating. What?
I'll take it. I'll take it.
I'll take it though. Yeah, had I had a 9 iron, I would do it perfect. Well, that's just so. You took care of your clubs and other cables, you'd be alright. Alright, so. Joe's in the best shape right now, I'll tell you that. I think I'm behind a bush. Oh, oh. Look at that, that's slow. Oh, you know what? Yeah, but you know what? I'm going to switch with my real ball.
I mean, I guess you're playing the game, this game really is something, right? It's not real golf.
I'll take that. That's a 3 putt from there.
Not a move, no.
They're my favorite bushes right there, huckleberries. So, move it out 6 inches. You're allowed to move it out 6 inches from there. There you go. I think it's only fair. That's the only way I save my bushes, guys. Remember, Joe, all you gotta do is hit the post.
I'll pop from there.
You gotta be kidding me. This ground's too rocky. Was that 3, right?
Yes, it worked.
Yeah, I know.
Dang.
It's impossible.
I have a pretty good putt going on here.
Is this done? 100. Now I'm gonna die.
That's 4, guys. Pretty sure this is what happens every single time I play. That's 5, guys. Alright, yeah, you're closer. I mean, you're further away. It's pretty even, though, isn't it?
It's pretty close, but it's fine. I'm
Pretty close, I think. Cheers, it is close.
3 is my first shot right here. Oh my god.
Oh, you missed it.
That's trouble.
That's okay.
That's trouble.
That's good shit.
That's trouble.
Uh-oh. You're on 5 now.
Yeah.
Oh, it's my turn. Thanks. Alright, so the highest you can get is double par, remember? That's what we always said. So this is double par. If I miss it, I get par.
So why don't we hit it?
Well, I don't have to, but
It's
I like getting legit, though.
It's 6 no matter what. That's 6 no matter what.
Yeah.
You hit this
And
one.
you're on 5. Yeah.
What? So 5.
They've got a still for me. I thought it'd be a lot worse than that, guys.
No, they couldn't shoot it when I messed up.
They could have should have.
Yeah.
Could have should have, guys.
Where's this hole? Where we at?
Oh, right here. Back there.
You both?
I think I'm gonna move my picture
I'm
register.
gonna see what it is. It's a big pitch putt.
I think the next one is the one that we have to worry about because we gotta go over the pool.
We'll get our driver for that.
Yeah. Now Joe goes first because he.
5.
Hey, Barry. It's on top of the fence.
Oh my God. It's so lonely over there. Let me get it.
Aw, buddy, you gotta do that. I appreciate it, man.
Just so that we can get our clubs for the next one. Ooh, that was not a good one.
Not good.
That was not good at all. I see where you hit.
Oh,
10 ways to Tenerife.
another commercial.
Non-stop United Airlines flight. 212 miles of coastline. 3 zoos. 4 hikes a day. 5 more bites. 6 starry nights. 7 stops. 8 and friends. 9 waves. 10 days of sun.
In Bon Jovi's moment in time, it was you from your girls at 16.
I'm lucky I hit that thing because I was.
Yeah, I know. Jeez, did you see that shrapnel fly all out?
The green doesn't even shot now.
Took somebody's eye out.
That's cool.
See, that's why I like to go where the grass is.
That's what I heard about you.
Look how far back you hit. You hit it here, and your team is there.
I went for it.
You know, somebody said on our comments one time, like, you don't need to practice swing. Well, you must never golf then if you don't take practice swing.
What I need.
Practice swing anytime I want to.
Yeah, it's my yard.
I'll take another one right now.
That's right. You look pretty good doing it, buddy.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
This is good. Any slip-on Skechers?
Still pretty far. What's that?
And then the slip-on Skechers?
Yeah, I love these.
Yeah, I bet you. They're telling you they're awesome.
Yeah, they are. I'm still like, it was a straight shot, but I think you could actually get closer than I'm going to get.
Yeah, right. It comes down to putt. There's no way to putt.
You could, oh, that's right. You use, never putt.
You're not till the very end.
Oh, that was my red first.
Yeah, but they haven't fucked it up yet. Nah, you were too much in the shit. They haven't fucked it up yet. You gotta give it time, buddy.
I saw all the chickens went after it. Joe's put divots all over my yard. Chicken. I got hit with shrapnel. Yeah.
I hit the ball.
That's how I'm standing over here. Hit me with shrapnel just then, guys.
I hit the ball.
No, I know you hit everything but the ball. The chickens are like, what the heck? The chickens run for cover. Might take an eye out.
I cover it up. You're good.
See, there's nothing wrong with that.
I got up to that. I'll take it.
All right, so I'm going to be using my regular ball now. Which we're just cutting.
Anytime we're talking about putters and balls, that's what she said. No one's waiting it out.
All right. At least this isn't quite as bumpy. A long putt, though.
Yeah, dude. If you hit this thing, it's game over.
Oh, man. I thought I was going to get it.
Dude, that was pretty good. I don't know what to do here. That was pretty good.
Thank you.
Dang.
Tell me if it's in your way.
It's not my way. Can't get much better than that.
I can three putt that.
That's a one putter right there, dude.
That's a pick you up, give me on a regular golf course.
Yeah, not here.
No, not here. Never here.
Oh, too much.
Oh.
That's where you get the shirt back.
Yep, but you're up.
At least.
You hit the wrong.
Yeah. Store my own.
Alright, so Joe's on shot number 3. I'm trying to think what I'm going to use for that. I don't think so.
So I hit this, you hit that, we're even? Now.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah, because this is your...
That's a full shot.
Yeah, and this will be my third.
Right? Yeah, it's even or not for one. Yeah.
Gonna make a little gully.
I'm not gonna hit this, dude.
It's not easy on this ground.
Oh,
so close, man. If one move like that. No. There you go. 95?
You got one, you know?
Yeah. Well, nothing to give me on this course.
Sit down.
Alright. So I'm up one now. Alright guys, we're gonna take a
potty turn.
short intermission and we're gonna get our clubs and go meet you at the next hole. Alright, so I am one stroke up on Joe.
I mean, he goes first.
So I go first. This is a hard one because it's all the way out there in the front yard. So,
Yeah, I lost my,
see?
what's up? No, okay.
I got an extra one. Oh. Alright, so what I'm trying to do right now, I'm going to try to lay up on the other side of the pool.
What are you hitting here, Larry?
I'm using a 7-iron.
That's crazy. Right.
Because I feel like the pitch is...
The wind stops. You better hit the other.
Alright.
Fuck.
That's exactly what I wanted to do. It did not fail, guys.
Made it over.
Most important thing, just make it over. Good, I'm glad you didn't put it where any stones were. I don't need my windows out of my house.
I don't hit that where you're looking there. It's made her cool.
Yeah.
Your house should be fine.
What do you girls think, huh? This guy, how he's hitting eggs.
Oh, I hope it's really bad.
Yeah, you're, wait a second. Let me see if you got a shot from over here, Joe.
It's over.
When you're up against the rock, you only get 6 inches, you won't have a shot there. I think that we always play, you should get 1 mulligan. That's how it should always be.
Sounds like a winner to me.
Alright guys, so we both cleared it. Let's see where we're at. Oh, Joe. Ooh. You got a tough shot there. I think we'll kick you out a little bit.
That's good.
Oh, no, we're not that much different here. Oh, Tom.
Could you move your car?
Yep, sure can.
Awesome. Because my car's like right there and I don't want you guys to hit it.
Maybe
Maybe there's a stone in the grass I can't see.
You've been shooting shrapnel all over the place.
This is pretty grassy. Said the grassy knoll.
There's frogs all over the place around here. That's
Grass
weird.
frogs?
Yeah. Anyway.
They sound different, Tom.
Could you move your car, please? So I can move mine?
I suppose.
Appreciate it.
Hey, hurry up, because we got a game to play here, Tom.
Yeah, the sun's burning.
Well, I'm not the one who set up the course to put it, alongside my car.
Well, I forgot that your car was there.
Ow, it's right there.
All right, giddy up. Yeah, the little dilemma here is, right?
Yeah, it's a tough shot.
Yeah, because
You pull it short and
you don't want to go in the stones, because the stones will be a mess, right? So the thing is like, look where we teed off. We're only right here. So it's like, is it 7-iron or what are you using? 9?
I use a 5.
5?
Yeah, 5.
Well, you didn't hit it very good either.
No, you're not.
Yeah.
You're not.
You're not even going to be able to hit that without hitting back swing and getting some. So, yeah, this is a tough shot. Okay.
Someone's creeped over here.
Yeah, Tom. You've been like hard left and right here.
First of all, don't you blame me for that.
You blamed on me earlier. This guy's got it.
Second of all, it's something creaking over here. I heard it the other
Pretty
day.
sure the only freaking is this guy.
No, Tom's right. I heard it creaking over here too.
I bet you did.
So it's like, that's what it was.
That's what it was.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because you got the table. You want to move the table right a little bit?
Sure we do.
I said you want to move the table. He won't listen to me, guys. He's like, no.
Should have moved table.
Yeah, you're in a dilemma over there.
I got the lemon.
You should definitely move the table. Should we let him take the shot again, guys? What do you think?
I already got 1 mulligan.
Good. You know what? If there's any consolation, though, it's like, look.
This is a little bit of conversation, yes.
I think this is the only thing I can do, guys.
Alright.
Oh, no!
That doesn't help.
And I can't switch the ball back to the other one and use
That's
it.
awfully fucking small.
So I get inches up and it's 6 inches, you said?
I think
We're
we're gonna go a tad bit bigger.
Go for it.
Oh.
Well, you got me to move my car.
This is tough, man. That's my... Shoot.
You divot almost went further than the ball.
I'm one up on you on shooting.
Hey DJ, is it disarmed?
Right now. No, I
Is
already hit that one.
what?
That was your
I have it
three.
arm 30.
That was my fourth.
Unless you did, it's
No,
not.
your third. Now it's your fourth.
30th.
No,
You hit
Disarmed.
there, you hit over there, that's two.
I hit there. Yeah, it's your second.
It's my third.
No, it's not.
Yeah, it's my third, it's your fourth.
That was your second shot over there.
Second?
He's on his
That was
third.
my fourth. Yeah, you're one up on
your fourth, I'm on my third.
Quit telling me that, dude.
Alright, so now I have a little dilemma.
Again?
I think now I want to go with my pitching wedge, and I'm going to switch. Actually, I could use this ball still. I could still use this ball.
I like it. I really do. Yeah, that's nice.
I think maybe.
That was a really awesome shot off the stones, guys. How was that figured? Everywhere else in the yard, he hit the ground. On top of stones, he doesn't touch the ground.
Sometimes you get lucky. And squirrel finds nut every now and again. I love that beer though. And that was something.
That doesn't surprise me either. That was great because, I mean, like, right now, I mean, because you're on your fifth now, and I'm on my fourth, right?
Yep.
I gotta get this.
But you're up by one though, aren't you? Or we even?
I'm up one, right?
Yeah, you're up one.
Yeah.
So I lost by two last holes. So I was up on the first hole. I lost by two last holes. You were up by one. Right?
That's right.
Yeah.
That's hard, dude.
I mean, I don't remember exactly how many strokes you guys had, but
I was up by one the first hole.
I know the first one.
I was
The second one I wasn't paying much, like, I just don't, not that I wasn't paying attention, I don't remember.
I think is that near you?
You. So this is Joe for 5.
So if I hit this, then I have a chance. Doesn't matter. If I hit this, then you have two shots to make that, and we.
But if I make it on the first one, I win.
I think make it on two, you win. Because you're one up on me, right? Well, we gotta stop.
Yeah, you're one. You have one more shot right now than I have.
So what about this hole?
That's what I'm saying. Well, no, I'm
Yes,
not.
you
I'm
can
not
two putt it.
through this hole.
You can two putt it and still win. You three putt it, you
It depends
retire.
on what you do.
If I make it.
Yeah.
Yeah, alright. So I know where we're at. Alright, so now the pressure's on you at least.
That was a good shot 'cause I was like, it ain't gonna make it. And then all of a sudden it took one last hop.
At least so now you have two shots, right? And you beat me.
Yeah, well, no, I think
If he misses this one and makes the next one, then you guys tie.
Right.
You sure?
Yeah, because
He's one up on you, you both were equal before you took that shot.
No, we were equal.
no. I was.
Oh, that one shot. So you miss this one, then that other one makes it equal.
Gotcha. Yeah. What is it? Curtis.
Oh no,
Using the putter.
He's
Looks like it. Looks like
lining up for the shot.
lining up
Then
for
you
the
get a
shot.
little nervous. Gets in the hole.
It's not an hole. It's not an hole. Dang it.
That was great.
So now we have to have a sudden death. So Tom gets to pick the hole. I have feelings on the conviction.
I agree. That's fine.
Because his car. And then we have to play the hole.
Where
I say you guys just do the first one.
That's good. I'm excited about it.
And back towards the lounge. So then, yeah.
I'm about to do it alone. I think he's the hole number 2. Oh, you got it. This is the battle.
Oh, it's definitely a hole
So,
number 2.
backyard golf is the greatest thing ever.
Oh yeah. It's a whole different kind of golf because
fuck is that
my
wire?
yard obviously isn't. It's
so much fun, dude.
Yeah, you got bumps, you got hills, so it doesn't really matter if you're really a good golfer. There's a little luck involved in this too.
No, I like it. I think it's fun and it captivates.
And I wish Yates was here right now.
Yeah, Yates is fun. Yeah, where's Yates?
Because he didn't even know how to swing. be on summer break. You should be out here now. Yeah, you're grinding my gears if you watch this. You need to come out here. Found it. There you go. Yeah. So it comes down to this hole, guys, right here. Now, we're tied. You got a plastic ball right there, Joe. We're tied, so who goes first? We're going to have to do the whole thing over again. What number does Tom want to go in between? I don't think I'm going to go with the pitcher this time. I don't think I'm going to go with my 7-iron the whole time. Yeah. Yeah, I'm going to switch it up. All right, 1 through 25. Take your guesses. 1 through 25. 13. 16. That is closer. Number was 5. It's not fair, dude. I don't know if it's worthwhile going. What was the number? 5.
Hey babe, how'd you sleep?
Ah, crazy good. That sleep expert guy at Mattress Firm matched me with my perfect mattress. I feel like things are clear now, you know? Like, I don't like you. The right mattress matters.
We'll find yours.
A Mattress Firm.
I don't think it's, Joe, I don't think it's, I don't think matters. We both played yeah, I don't think it really plays to anybody that didn't go first. Go around grill brush?
Yeah. I'm trying to get a new grill brush because I feel you guys need a new one. I'm going with the big ball grill. Big ball?
I'm right where you were last time.
Yep, too big.
I hurt my shoulder a little bit, though. I felt it. I did. I think I swung too hard, Joe. I think I swung too hard. Swung too hard.
We're changing it up, dude.
What do you do? What are you doing?
Rewriting the script.
Uh-oh. What's he doing, guys? Is he going with a wedge this time? Is he going with the club I went with last time? What did you go with last time here?
8.
And 8? Yeah, what did you use?
Real ball.
Oh, God. There goes my pavilion.
Yeah, you'll be alright.
I think you weren't allowed to tee off real balls, were you?
Is that a rule?
Yeah.
Are you sure?
Yeah.
I'm not going to oversee it.
I thought that the real ball was only the delegate only putt.
You did not put
a wedge if there's nothing that you can damage.
See, I'm not going to overdo it because I'm not going to hit it in the woods.
No, you hit the top of my pavilion.
It would not hit the top of the pavilion.
Then bounce off and kill a chicken.
That's alright. Well, let me give you the
Huh? What?
Get it on behind it.
What? Big boy? Yeah, I think we've always played you half tee off.
I don't disagree with you. That's what that would crush it. That's what he was earlier.
Just play with 3 other ones. Usually I run over them with my lawnmower.
Yeah, they're wood.
Yep. I hear
Oh, I hit the ground first.
now you can punt.
I'm gonna pitch it with the ball.
Alright, I think the pavilion should be safe.
I'm not that horrible at golf.
I don't know. You've been.
This yours? This is much?
Oh.
This is what?
What is it?
7?
That's mine.
I don't know. I was trying to get extra. Never heard you have extra clubs, dude.
You're banned from any of my clubs.
I barely touched that. Picked up the ground. You're welcome. Banned from all your clubs. I just picked up the ground.
Alright, you're up. Remember, I get to move mine 6 inches too, just like you did. What do you think, Tom? What do you mean? I don't know.
Yeah, mate. Stay in here.
Dude, listen, you almost hit my ball.
Too much, man.
If it was croquet,
You should have went with a little ball.
if it was croquet, I'd be like getting you in front of me.
Let me see something. It's on count. Let me see something. Let me just see. softer. Yep, run the bag there.
Hey, go with that one.
Yeah, right choice. I'll tell him to get right over chocolate. It's in your club right there. Yeah, what do you mean? I'll throw that? See here, Happy Gilmore.
Oh, I know what the jinx is happening to you. You're shooting with weapons claw.
Don't even start me.
That's where it is.
Don't even start. Don't even start. I'm not gonna do my now, Steve. I'm gonna get my real ball.
I don't need to move mine. Because you know what?
Yeah, you're already shook up. You're good. You're good. You gotta shook up right now.
Am I?
Yeah, because this is your hit two. I'm hit three.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
Dude, we should make a miniature golf course and like have them come out. You stepping on the ball?
No, it's right here on the side of the floor.
Yeah, right. Oh, I thought you were gonna make it. So you step right on it. Look, it's pretty buried in the ground.
It's where it was.
Dude, look at it though. He 100% top. Tell me what he stepped on. It's buried.
Well, you can fluff it up a little bit.
Okay, I've got no opinion on him stepping on your balls.
I didn't fucking get out. Get it out of here.
Oh, take it. I'm scaring them all.
Hold on. There's deep pockets.
So what is this? This is your third shot?
Don't even worry about what it is. Okay?
Oh, can't be his third shot, is it?
It is third, yeah.
Oh, it's your
You're
third.
one up on me right now. Don't worry about it.
Well, Mark, it's my third shot coming up.
Yeah, but you're still
one.
If I make it, yeah, then you tie me.
Oh, you got him covered, guys. Big mistake. Big mistake. Big mistake. That wasn't too bad, but he's not close.
Good, Mr. Smart Guy.
Oh, no, you gotta go before me. Taking all that pressure off of me right now.
Shoot.
That's what he gets. We're not using a putter, guys. It's unorthodox. It's unorthodox. What is that, like a 6?
Yeah. We have 4 shots making.
Yeah.
No pressure, Larry.
Pressure at all.
So easy, dude. You jerk about it. Good job, buddy.
There you guys go.
Big winner.
First time, is this our first time? I think it might be the first time I won at Lounge Golf, which I should.
First time winner of the Abraham Invitational.
Yeah, at the very least, first of the year.
One of many, guys. One of many. Until next time, grab yourself something cold to drink. Put your feet relaxed, and I'll meet you at the lounge. And if you hurry up, you might see Joe looking for his beer.
Just announced, Sign and Drive. Current eligible GMC lessees can get this ultra-low mileage lease on this all-wheel drive terrain SLE for around $393 per month with 0 due accepting. Sign and drive one home today.
Garage door needs grease. Chain just got caught and scared the fuck out of me.
Video phone contact from Naval Rescue Ship 837. Pipe it through on the monitor. Aye, sir. Turn it on. Admiral Nelson, Commander Finch here. Can you read me? Loud and clear, Commander. What's the situation now? Well, it's not good. Storm shows no sign of letting up. We can't make contact with the trapped diver. You're his only hope if you can make it in time. Well, we'll do the best we can. I know that. Stan Kowalski's a good man, Admiral. If you can save him, I'll be personally indebted. Good luck.
Come on.
A relative of yours, Kowalski? Yes. Stan, my older brother. Diving specialist with the Navy. I never thought about it being him. When it's trapped. I'll get him out of the Kowalski. There's no sign of Kowalski's brothers. How you been there? I'm going on now. Give me the light torch. Sir. Get back here okay, will you? What does it look like? I'm getting close to the sub, but I haven't spotted Kowalski's brother. Well, it might be on the other side of the hull. Admiral, listen to this. What do you make this, sir? You zeroed in on the source? Yes, sir. It's coming from that cell up there. Where Stan's trapped. Sounds like torpedo timers. Could have been activated by water seepage. Lee, get back to Sea Hill. That sub's torpedoes are about to fire. No, wait. I just spotted it.
Oh my god. Oh, what now?
Wait any longer, sir. Those torpedoes are ready to go now. We get back right away. There's no more time. It's all right. I've got him. He's either unconscious or dead. And we're standing by. Skipper's a brave man, sir, but if those torpedoes let loose, and they're homing torpedoes, there won't be any sea view for him to return to, even if Stan's still alive. He'll make it all right, Kowalski. Admiral, the skipper's reached the hatch. Get ready to move out. Engine room, stand by.
Fuck.
party's working on it on the double. Aye, sir. If we don't hit bottom soon, we'll be beyond crush depth. We're in a deep trench area. I hope we don't find out how deep it is the hard way. Permission to be released. I mean, we've only got a few minutes left. I'd sort of like to see my brother. Go ahead, Kowalski. Thank you, sir. Pressure's getting to us. How is he, Doc? It's coming round. Should be good as new in an hour or so. Easy, Stan. Easy. Kid, where am I? On my ship, the Sea Hero. The skipper got you out. Wow. Well, like I always used to say, kid, I'm too mean to die. You throw me to the fish and they throw me right back. What was that? The torpedoes ran wild from the sub you're working on. Our engines are dead and we're sinking. Low estimated crush depth. We've hit bottom. All hands, take emergency precautions. We're below crush depth. Repeat. All hands take emergency precautions. Take it easy, Stan. I'll see you later. Hey, wait, kid. Look, I'm gonna come with you, see. You flipped or something? You stay right here. I said I'm coming with you. Doug. Now, how about it? You sure you're all right? Look, I never felt better. The way I figure it is, if I don't say hello to the guy who saved me, why, I might not ever get a chance. All right. Put these on. Thanks, Doc. Let him stay with you, Kowalski. Maybe none of us has too much time left.
What about it, Sparks? Any chance of reaching the surface?
No, I'm afraid not, sir. That blast shattered 4 banks of output circuitry.
What about those portable transceivers?
Well, there's not enough power at this depth to reach the surface, sir.
All right. Keep trying.
Yes, sir.
No radio communications. What about the...
Well, we tried it. The storm snapped the cable.
all right. I guess we'll have to make it on our own.
This is my brother, sir. Stan Kowalski. Do you want me back on sonar, skipper? No, we don't need it now. Lay after the missile room with damage control party 3. Aye, sir. Yes, Stan. Yeah. It must be Captain Crane. That's right. Thanks, Captain. Don't forget. I can't. It isn't every man who gets a chance to die twice.
It's a strange way of putting it.
Well, I didn't say I wasn't grateful, I know the captain stuck his neck out to save me. All I meant was it might have been better if he'd let me die the first time. Stop that kind of talk. We're a long way from being dead.
I've checked out the air purification system. Completely wrecked. Take outside for a week to repair.
Right, Jim. You see, Admiral? Now I have to die all over again.
I know you've been through a rough time, Kowalski. But you're still a sailor.
So stop crying. Lay out to the missile room and learn to handle damage control on the double.
Aye, aye, sir.
Hey, let's see what we can do about this mess we're in.
Fuck.
My kid, stay. Your admiral doesn't seem to think much of me. He likes his men to be real gung-ho, ready to die like gentlemen.
How much is it?
It'll hold us for about 2 hours.
Chip, prepare the flying set for immediate launch.
Flying south.
That's the only way we can get word at the surface. But on the bottom sphere, there's no way to launch it. It's a false assumption they all made. The profile analysis scanner shows we're resting on rocks amidships. But the bow portion is clear. We'll be ready in 5 minutes.
Chief, when the handle flying south.
Why did we get internet from this cell phone company?
The Wall Brothers! Here to save you with super fast, reliable Spectrum Internet. Switch now.
Boy, you're a big help. You know, Kowalski, if it wasn't for your brother, we wouldn't be in this mess.
Hey, off crew, it wasn't his fault.
Well, if he's such a big hero, let him get us out of it. He got us into it.
I said shut up. Forget it, kid. He's not a sailor, he's a plumber. And a sloppy one at that.
You got a big mouth.
I told you to lay off. Hey, you're gonna fight and do. How about trying me? All right, hold it, both of you. That live steam hit you, kid? Yeah, a little. All right, why don't you lay up to sick bay and let the doc take a look at it? Go on, move. You know, you're lucky. That kid could have taken you even with one arm.
Is it operable?
No power for launch, son. But we might get you going manually.
Better not use more than 3/4 thrust of the engine. The cooling system will take. Medication? You'll have to use a transceiver.
How about my going along with you? You can always use an extra hand from the front.
Thanks, Chief. I don't want the extra weight. If I make it, I'll have the rescue ship send out a data show, right? Aye, aye, sir.
sub loose. It's heading on a tangent towards Zevio.
Emergency, all hands. Brace for collision. Close emergency doors. They're jammed tight, Skipper. I can't move.
I'm chasing the sub down. I'm gonna try to shove it aside.
You'll never make it, Admiral. Admiral, do you read me? Go back. It's too late.
Closing enough now. I'm on my way back up.
What happened?
I ran out of luck. Engine failure.
It isn't too bad, Kowalski. Might smart a little, but you'll be all right in a couple of days.
Doc,
Mm-hmm.
about my brother Stan.
What about him?
Did he submerge you?
For a man who was trapped underwater for several hours, a man whose tanks ran out of air before he was hauled aboard, yes, I'd say he got through fine. Does that answer your question?
Yeah, I guess so. It's just that, it couldn't have affected him some other way, could it?
You mean psychologically?
Yeah, I guess that's what I mean.
Why, does he seem to be acting strangely to you?
Kinda different, I guess.
Not surprising. Anyone who's been through what he went through is bound to have some traumatic shock. A thing like that can change a man's behavior pattern. Even change his personality to some degree.
It could, huh?
Definitely. There you are. If it gives you any trouble or pain, come back and see me.
Thanks, Doc.
And about your brother, I wouldn't worry about it too much if I were you. These after effects are usually not long lasting.
I hope you're right, Doc. Thanks again.
Hey Google, take me to Lookout Point.
Okay, navigating to Lookout Point.
Current eligible non-GM lessees get this low mileage lease on this 2024 Cadillac XT4 luxury for around $399 a month.
It's not as bad as I thought it'd be. The engine's still okay, but the stabilization electrode's burned out.
Well, that doesn't do you much good. The replacement parts are aboard the Seaview. How much air do you have?
About 20 minutes.
I'll try to get a replacement to you.
You can't use scuba gear at this depth.
We have Stan Kowalski's deep pressures with aboard. Chief, sir, get me a stabilization electrode from stores. I want it in a waterproof deep pressure pack.
Right. We've got another problem, mate. Look at this radiation level.
Have you zeroed in it?
No, sir. It's coming from that other submarine.
Water must have gotten to the atomic reactors.
If it keeps on, it'll reach critical mass.
Well, I can't worry about it now. Take over the con, Chip.
yards off the port bow. Now there's a chance we can save him, but we're gonna need your help.
My help, Captain?
Yes, somebody has to take a replacement port out to him. You're the only one who knows how to use the deep pressure suit.
Sorry, Captain, you better get yourself another boy. You're kidding, Stan. Huh? He's
Oh my
kidding,
God.
Stan. He'll take out whatever you want him to take out.
I wouldn't go out there for anything or anybody.
I don't believe you. I just don't believe you. A man who's gone out as many times as you have, and after this sub got dismissed to save your skin. And you're saying he won't go out?
You better believe it, kid.
Brother, no pariah.
He's got a right to his own mind.
Here's a replacement electrode, Skipper.
You're not gonna go up that thing, are you? Yes.
What about him?
He's not going.
Guy.
Seems to have a little problem.
Well, I got a little problem about him, Chief.
Forget it. Just give me a hand. Come on.
But that suits. You don't know how to run it, so you just make one wrong guess on any one of those connections and you
Jake,
make...
that's the way it's gonna be now. Come on.
I just can't figure this, Stan. You were the yellow streak.
It's just common sense, kid.
If I thought I had a chance, why, I'd go out. You know he can't operate that suit. So he wants to die a hero, let him.
You slob. What kind of a jerk
Are you the smart one, Chief?
That's enough.
Look, you get me a portable transceiver. I'll talk you where you want to go. I'll tell you everything. Everything you need.
Get it, Chief.
Oh, please, Skipper, you can't trust a guy like this.
Get it.
All right, now listen. This is your depth sensor. This is your balance and gravity control. This is your pressure control.
Lay down.
Commander?
What?
The radiation from that atomic sum is getting worse.
Stop.
Keep your eye. When it reaches condition red, let me know. Yes, sir. Get him to sick bay. Damage control. We're starting to lose men from the bad air. Try anything to get that purification system working.
Aye, sir.
Sir,
This is Chief Shorty. The skipper just let the signal through the escape hatch.
what do you mean Captain Crane's going on? Where's Stan Kowalski?
It's a long story, sir. We're going to try to talk this thing over to the Flying Southern. Request permission to use the control room monitor.
You have it. Lay up here on the level.
Aye, sir.
Activate nose camera. Plug it through on the control monitor screen.
Aye, sir.
What's going on, Chief?
I know the skipper. Someone his shirt wouldn't go out. He picked up all the notes.
Commander, you better get that thing on. Turn it on. The nose camera will pick up Captain Crane when he clears the bow. You can give him better directions with a visual sight. I know my job, Commander. With his brother
Kowalski, you better see that he does his job. This is the captain. Can you read me? Loud and clear. I can see you now. And take it easy. Now turn your pressure knob full left before your suit collapses. All right, now use your middle knob to adjust your center of gravity. You're building up too much inside pressure in the suit. Too much. You'll blow up. That's it. Admiral, I'm on my way with the electrodes. You're being a real fine hero so far, Captain. But if you don't adjust your depth sensor, you're never gonna make it. Which knob is it? I'm losing control. The top one. No, the top one. That's it. These ought to do the trick. Nice. I'll be on my way to the surface in 2 minutes. That'll give you a chance to get back to sea view before I start my engines. Right. Good luck. Smuggling. What's the captain? Cracking up. Gonna crack up? Yes, the captain. Captain, you're getting too much inside pressure. Use the helium valve. Which valve? Which one is it? It's the. We're breaking up. And the skipper. He's down out there. Which valve? Which one is it? Get back here. Look, I can't, don't you understand? We're breaking up.
Good, because I need your help.
I don't know what's been eating them, but I do know one thing. You're gonna get the skipper back alive. Now move! Top and back. Captain.
Fuck it.
There's a helium valve located inside the belt. Activate it. Activate it! Remix your air supply. Put the other controls in the belt.
Whatever. Yeah.
Having a little trouble getting my breath back. Yes. We're all having a little trouble. Give us some. Oh, the repair parties haven't had any luck with the pump room or the engines, and we can't purify the air yet, but we don't have any more new leaks. Not to mention the fact that our air supply is just about gone. Hull's being crushed. Radiation from the sunken sub is reaching critical point. Yeah, well, I forgot to mention those little things. I better pipe the admiral aboard. What do you think, Lee? Let's up the admiral if you want, Yankee. Let's see what's wrong with us, sir. Don't bother to the tender dead in time. Like I'm trying to fix things that we know can't work. Then use something that's operating perfectly. What's that? Follow me. You too, Chief. Pick out the time, John. What does he mean we can use something that's working perfectly? We don't have anything that's even working. Come on, let's go.
How are these air tanks, Phil? Not just working, but you've an absolute nut.
Aye, aye, sir. You gonna blow the suit up and then send it to the surface?
So with enough inside pressure to reach the surface in minutes.
Well, even if it does, an empty diving suit can't lead anyone down to us.
I didn't say it was going to be empty. Where's Kowalski's brother?
You're not thinking of trying to send him up, are you?
No, I'm good.
You know what? I'm sorry, sir. I didn't mean it that way, but if you to go up in this thing, you don't stand a chance.
What kind of a chance have we got here, Chief?
A lot better than you'll have.
I don't think so. No, this time Kowalski to help me.
Oh, man, he's worse than no help at all.
Duh.
Blowing a stack when a steam pipe went.
I know all the arguments against it. Where can I find him?
He's in the circuitry room. Ski, he's not going to be any help. Turning yellow like that. Shut up. Maybe I don't feel like shutting up. Maybe I figure like the rest of the crew. He got us into this mess, and the gutless wonder just sits there. I said shut up. Look at him sitting there, breathing air that belongs to us. Taking away air that means our lives. Maybe I ain't going to let him do it. Maybe I'm going to give it to him right now. Okay? I guess so.
Something wrong, Kowalski?
No, sir. Engraving. Got a little dizzy. Kind of moved his head for a minute.
That's what it was, sir. Bad air, I guess.
He's under control here. You better get down to the pump room. Give him a hand.
Aye, sir.
I said the pump room.
Aye, sir.
Kowalski, I need your help.
You must be kidding, Admiral.
But nobody's kidding here now. I need your help, and you're going to give it to me.
What do you think I can do for you?
You can get me to the surface in that diving suit of yours.
You're gonna try and reach the surface in my pressure suit?
That's right.
It can't be done.
Well, I'm going, Kowalski, with or without your help. Why don't you and everybody aboard will be dead within 15 minutes?
How you gonna have it? He's gonna stand there wrapped himself pity until you die. That suit's still in the experimental stage. You'll never make it.
I'm still going to try.
The odds are 1,000 to 1.
Roughly.
I don't get it. What kind of man are you anyway? Aren't you scared?
What's that got to do with it?
I don't know. I always thought
Other men that risk their lives don't know what fear is. You're not the only one who's been scared, Kowalski. But certain things have to be done, and this is one of them. Frightens me. Well, it frightens me too. Not enough to stop me from trying to reach the surface.
Now let's go.
Chance to try to the surface. Come on. You can't pull it. Admiral, I want to thank you. I mean, you lifted that thing. I'll forget it. Let's get to the suit.
Look, sir, look, your hands are burned. You can't go up there. You'll never be able to control those valves. Never.
I'm going up. It's up to you whether you want to help or not.
Admiral!
In the collapsed hull section.
We've lost a couple of men, but we're holding our own.
All right, keep working.
Aye, sir.
Admiral, this is Lee. Do you read me? Admiral! Circuitry room from control. Admiral, do you read me? Can you hear me down there?
Communications must be blown.
They're operating all right in the other compartments. Why doesn't he answer?
Captain, this is Stan Kowalski. Can you hear me?
Yes. Where's the Admiral?
We're in the missile room. The Admiral's suited up, ready to go out the escape hatch.
You'll need help down there. I'll send down a party.
No time, sir. The Admiral's in the escape hatch now, and I'm sending him on his way.
Hold until I get there. You hear me? Kowalski! Take over. Let's find out what's going on.
PA skipper. The Admiral's gone up?
That's right.
No stand.
No stand. The Admiral's gone. I can't raise him on the transceiver, and there's no sign of Stan Kowalski. Sparks, see if you can pick up the Admiral on a sail camera. Pipe it through the monitor.
Aye, sir.
Phil. He's got a long way to go. Admiral, come in. Admiral.
There he is, sir.
So far, it looks like he might make it. Keep your exception of work parties, all hands lie on the deck. No unnecessary moving or talking.
Seeing it ghostly?
Your son. I saw it explode.
I'd never stand Kowalski.
Kowalski.
He wouldn't let me go up with his hands. He said I couldn't handle the balance.
That wouldn't stop you.
Maybe not. But that spanner wrench he hit me with certainly did.
What was it, Admiral? Self-sacrifice. Panic escape.
If his tanks blew up, would have been enough. But I like to think that maybe he was trying to make up for it.
Topside hatch.
Well, no, that's it's a diving bell settling into place.
You saw your tanks blow.
Well, only one, sir. Only about 50 feet starboard, but I made it.
The rescue ship's diving bell is topside.
Yes,
story. We might call it Sea Monster Bait. Actually, it is an electronic device designed to emit ultrasonic sounds, which should have a most disturbing effect on our denizen of the deep, if in fact such a creature actually exists. At any rate, I shall continue to operate this lure as a part of my little experiment in hopes that it may produce some sort of tangible result that I
What's up guys, it's Sam here and welcome back to Samcraft. Welcome to another video, and today we are going to focus on that guy, the X-Tool P2, and I want to show you guys.
This week only, carry out large 2-topping pizzas for just $6.99 each at Domino's. What are you waiting for? Order now. No.
Here. Down.
Take your shit. See what you did? Do the arms again.
That's what Sarah told me to get.
I know. You don't know how to use any of these things. It's not fucking hard.
It's not fucking hard. Open it. Huh. Even more fucking glasses, I couldn't get it.
See how easy that was? There.
Dump them in there.
It's a resealable bag, dipshit.
Yeah? Oh.
Yeah.
Like I'm gonna do that every fucking time. What is that?
These are earring backs. For
is
people
that?
that like earring backs.
The fuck are earring backs?
Hey, I mean, you don't really need them with hooks, but you need them when you use studs. They're just, some people's earrings fall out. I don't know what the fuck this is. It looks like it would hold one of these, so you could connect them together. Like, you can hook it on there and it's not going to fall off while you connect the other piece. But I don't think that's really necessary. It seems a little extra. I can't believe you couldn't get the bags open. It's literally what you needed help with. You have pliers, like right here. Came with pliers. Piper, it's just the work van. I have to go back in a minute.
Ah. Huh?
Ah, jump ring opener and bent tweezers. Yes, these are handy tools for jewelry. That's why I own them.
Oh. So instead of using 2 pairs of pliers,
Yes.
like I've been doing.
Yes. Supposed to make it easier for you.
Uh-huh.
That bag was not sealed properly. There are 2 jump rings on the ground.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Ran him off the fucking counter because the bag is all fucked up. Yep, I see it.
What, Piper? I know, we're gonna go in and eat. Good, I'm starving.
I have my dinner in the van. See? There's literally a hole in the corner of that bag. I think I got it.
You think?
Yeah. Well, I got them all open, but like a couple of the pink ones fell into the yellow ones. I think I got them out. There you go.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I was about to fucking slice them open.
That probably would have been a lot easier for you. So I got Tara from Dayhab to come sit for an hour while I go pick Sarah back up at her mom's. And a shadow, but she can't be left alone. But your keys were very helpful. And I do have a couple minutes because I notified them while I was doing this. I was like, I'm not going to go switch vehicles just to drop off keys, that's dumb. That's very nice.
What?
A butterfly.
Yeah, Except I
It
hit
didn't
a
cut
blue
through.
spot. So it fucked it all up.
That one came out really nice. I didn't realize how small it was gonna be.
What?
This one.
Oh yeah. I'm like, holy fuck, that's small.
That's fantastic. They should be small.
And I went with this one.
I like that one too. But the tiny one is where it's at. The fucking... Why? Why would you throw it? You broke it. Idiot. Thank you. I have like 19 random little shapes. Just floating around in the bottom of my bags. Until I clean them out. Fucking rotors for that are atrocious.
Really?
Yes.
See why I didn't want to do brakes.
But
Especially when
also,
the plan,
compared to
especially
my
when the
truck's
plan was, in a few weeks I was getting a new truck. You know?
You probably should have done some brakes though when you didn't get that new truck. You already have the parts. But I pulled them all off the chains from the basket room.
Oh, is that what it is?
The baskets are gone. Almost gone.
Get back in there.
And I had to go. I got the dirt from Mapleton finally.
We can do earrings.
Yes, you
At
can.
$8?
Don't remember, it's on the board.
I don't know.
Should probably take a picture of that board. Or bring the paper.
Piper! Stop!
That's smart. Told you hanging them was easier.
Well, they fucking stick into that fucking grill.
Yeah.
And I gotta re-sand them and fucking redo them.
Yeah.
They had fucking...
Yeah. I told you hanging them.
Yeah, but now it all drips down to the bottom. So I gotta figure something out.
I put a fan at the bottom. Dry the bottom faster than the rest.
What, Piper?
Just watching the goats. They're right by this edge of the fence.
You're not getting the goats.
Very nice. Except your edge came out a little flat.
That's fucking thick.
A little bit. Might wanna.
Because I used the birch. Because this didn't come in yet.
But also,
Piper Marie!
they could be more durable with thick. You know? Like less susceptible to breaking.
That's thick.
Yeah, that's true.
That's the Amazon wood.
So many pieces have things on the back. That's how you know you're recycling. You didn't sign any of them though. At all.
Nope. Want to see my new signature?
Just make a laser of your initials. Jeez.
What the fuck?
I'm on a 27-second delay.
Oh.
I need to find my fucking headphones. This next day is about to really suck if I don't have them.
Where'd you have them last?
I don't know. If I knew that, I'd know where they were. I feel like they're in one of my bags. like 5 right now. And I just picked up another.
I think we got